just checking in with the clerk. I know we're going to start our pinning ceremony, and I want to just make sure that the clerk is ready to go before we get started. If I can just get an okay from the clerk, we'll go ahead and start.
We are here. We'll begin the meeting.
Mary's just coming in as a panelist.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and call the meeting to order. And if Councilwoman Allen could just lead us in a pledge, please.
Yes, if you're able to, please stand up and place flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. And we're going to do the roll call, of course. Councilmember District 1.
Here.
District 2.
Here.
District 3. District 3. District 4.
Here.
District 5. Okay, District 5. District 3 is here. District 5. Okay, District 6.
Present.
District 7.
Present.
District 8.
Here.
And District 9.
Here.
Great. Thank you. Everyone is here. We're going to move on to the pinning ceremony. Also, just an announcement that we've tabled item 24 until next week. So that'll be tabled. That's by Councilwoman Price. And then we're going to move on to the pinning of the chief. So we're going to go ahead and start if we're ready to do that, Madam Clerk. Okay, I'm getting word that we are ready now. Okay, great. So we are going to start right now by, I know of course that we are virtual, and so it's certainly not, we're not all in person at the chamber there with our chief, and of course with his family and others, but we are still wishing our chief the very best, our new chief of police. We all know Wally Hebish is an incredible leader in our community. He has already started doing incredible work across the city. We are incredibly grateful that he has stepped up and taken on this challenge and this enormous role as chief of police of one of the largest departments in California, and certainly one of the large police departments across the country. The chief is someone of high integrity. He's a hard worker. He is respected by the men and women of the Long Beach Police Department. And he has done a great job of being out in the community and trying to outreach with so many folks to really support the work that is happening around safety. We know that the years ahead are numerous and challenges for not just the police department, for the city in this pandemic, in making sure that we have a good response to the community and ensuring that community policing stays at the top of the work that we're doing. And we know that Chief Hebish is committed to all of these things. We want to welcome on behalf of the council officially, Chief, to you and to this pinning ceremony. We're very, very grateful for all your work. You have, I know as a body, our full support. And we look forward to you continuing not just to lead the police department, but to be an incredible link to the community and to continue to make the changes necessary so that we have a department that truly is a 21st century police department that works with its community at every turn. I wanted to also say just personally, Chief Hebish, you are a stand-up person, always trying to do the right thing, and thank you for that, and welcome to this incredible new role. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Modica to also say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for those very amazing words and very true words. One of the great things about being city manager is you get to pick a team. We are a team of 6,000 employees that come together to really fulfill your mission as a city council and serve our residents. And my job is I get to pick kind of the department directors who get to pick their teams, and it goes on throughout the organization. And so this is one of the most solemn and important things the city manager does, is pick their team. And especially police chief. That is one of the most important appointments that a city manager gets to make. I am just so impressed with Wally. He has been such a partner to us throughout the entire city. You feel it any conversation you have with Wally that he's there always to help for the right reasons, to try to move things forward, to be a problem solver. I hope many of you get to know Wally personally. He's very open about who he is and engages with people, and ask him about his story about Long Beach roots and how his connection and his love for Long Beach and all the different times that he's come back and experienced the city personally and professionally. He's an amazing person. I learn something every time I talk to him. And he's in public service for all the right reasons, for helping people, for giving back to others, for putting others above yourself. He's got an amazing sense of integrity, open and transparent, and I love that he supports his team, he supports his troops, and he's also committed to excellence, to continue to improve, to continue to look at how to do the next thing better, how to learn, how to adapt. One of the things is we ran our process and we engaged a lot of community in our process. We heard very clearly that it should be community focused, that we need somebody who is going to be really introducing community policing and is going to be out not only personally in the community, but his whole team will be out in the community and be listening and engaging and answering questions and helping, and that clearly shown through in the process. So Wally, you're an amazing leader. We get so much support internally from the police department for you, but also from all of your department partners who just see you as somebody who is right there with them to try to solve questions and problems. And so I too look forward to all that you're doing to continue the great work of the Long Beach Police Department and to continue to strive, continue to look at 21st century policing, and just know we've support you, we support your family, and thank you so much to the family. We know that our police officers can only do it with the support of their family, and they mean so much to you and so much to us. So with that, we would like to administer the oath of office.
So I'd like to say that I'm very honored to be giving you the oath today, Chief. If you can repeat after me, after I say I, please repeat your name. I
Wally Hebish,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against any and all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against any and all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mom. So, Jen, I think you could.
And now, as is traditional, we'll be having, I get to hand the badge to his family and do the pinning ceremony.
You guys don't have to. They're okay. Do you want-
It's the only time I get to hold a badge.
Thank you. Tom.
Thank you.
So a few brief comments. I am so honored to be standing here today. Thank you to our mayor, Dr. Robert Garcia, and our city manager, Mr. Tom Modica, for the kind words. I'm also grateful, Mr. Modica, for the confidence you've shown in me by appointing me to serve as our 27th Chief of Police. I'm humbled and honored to have been given this opportunity. To our council members and other elected officials, department heads, community members and city partners, family and friends, and employees of the Long Beach Police Department, thank you for watching this ceremony online and joining us. I know that had it not been for all of your support, I would not have the privilege to lead this department. Thank you. To my family, most of which could not be here with us today, but are also watching online, I'm so appreciative for everything you've done. My son and daughter who are here, amazing young adults. I'm so proud of both of you and everything you've done, and just honored to have been part of your development and watching you grow into the adults that you are today. And thank you to my amazing, lovely wife, Jennifer, who's been by my side throughout my 27 years in law enforcement. She's a little bit shy, but tonight marks the 8th and final time she'll have to pin a badge on my chest. So thank you, Jen. I love you very much. I've been fortunate enough to work with so many amazing people throughout my career in and out of this police department. So I apologize for not being able to mention everyone by name. However, I want to acknowledge and thank our former Chief of Police, Robert Luna, for his friendship, leadership, and guidance through the years. Chief Luna led many advancements in our profession through some of the most challenging times in law enforcement history. His commitment to the city of Long Beach is very much appreciated. Robert is a true law enforcement professional and a wonderful friend. I often speak of resilience in policing and how service to our community requires the ability to work through challenges and to overcome adversity. That is what I see from our employees in the Long Beach Police Department every day. A commitment to partnerships, relationships, and public safety. We are committed to a safe city for all people. Although I'm extremely proud to be standing here today, I'm also troubled by the fact that more police officers in this country were shot in January of this year than in January of 2020 and 2021 combined. This is tragic and heartbreaking. But I know that the resilience of our police officers and our professional staff will bring them back to work each day to serve this wonderful community. In the face of challenges and adversity, I'm part of a department, a community, and a city that believes in evolving, learning, and growing so everyone can feel welcome and safe. I'm excited and optimistic about the future of our police department and the future of public safety in Long Beach. Thank you for allowing me to be your chief of police, and may God bless the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. That concludes our pinning ceremony. We're going to continue to go into the meeting. Councilwoman Allen, did you queue up on something?
Oh, I just wanted to say congratulations to the chief for this honor, and just look forward to working with him in the days ahead.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to the study session. That's the first item of business on the agenda. At the top of the agenda, and so please let's go ahead and turn it over to staff.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. We are pulling up the presentation on the bike infrastructure, so I will turn to Eric Lopez to walk us through this item with his team.
Thank you, Tom. Mayor, members of the City Council, we're actually update today. And then our city traffic engineer and acting city engineer will take us through some of the planning documents that are really important to this work. And then Fern Nueno, our mobility officer, how can we go to the next slide, please? There it is. Okay, so the we spent a lot of time developing our bike master plan, and we're gonna do a very quick and easy refresher, similar with our Safe Streets Long Beach action plan. That was adopted in 2020. It really helped us identify a lot of our focus areas where we were having a lot of safety issues with vehicles and pedestrian safety. And it's really helped ground us and provide us critical data to recommend projects and really seek funding and make improvements in targeted areas. So we'll get a little bit about into those two major planning documents. Then we're going to talk about two of our programs, our bike share and our Go Active Long Beach Hub program. And then we're going to talk about projects, both recently completed, some that are in the pipeline, and we are expecting a lot of more funding opportunities that are going to be made available as part of the Federal Infrastructure Fund, and we want to be ready for that. So with that, Carl Hickman will take us through the next few slides. Carl?
Thank you, Eric. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. You know, I've worked for 4 different agencies over the course of my career, and as you probably know, the city of Long Beach really is supportive of our bicycle community, folks who are out riding the roadway network and the trails and the paths. You know, we really make a good effort here in the city of Long Beach to support those folks. And we do have a bicycle master plan. It was adopted by the city council in 2017. It really focused on equity, mode shift, sustainability, and safety. As a city traffic engineer and acting city engineer, for me, safety is the #1 priority. The plan really is to have a vision to shift 30% of all trips to bicycle trips in the course of 30 years. And we want to create an 8 to 80 bicycle network that is connected, safe, and convenient. When we say 8 to 80, that really means we want a bicycle network that is comfortable for anyone to ride from the age of 8 to the age of 80, all different types of riders and users. It needs to be comfortable and safe for all of those users. And of course, we want to continue to implement bike-friendly programs that support everything that we're working on with the master plan. There's a picture of the front cover of the master plan there on the bottom. Next slide, please. Now, the bicycle master plan really goes hand in hand with the Safe Streets Long Beach action plan that we adopted in City Council back in July of 2020. The Vision Zero policy's goal is to eliminate all traffic fatalities and serious injuries by 2026. The plan focuses really on the vulnerable road users who are really at a higher risk, folks like pedestrians and bicyclists. The action plan focuses on resources, speeding, design, education, data, equity, and different partnerships. Again, there's the front cover of the Safe Streets plan there at the bottom of the slide. And you can see the map on the right shows some of the what we call hotspots, where we've identified corridors or intersections where we have a high prevalence of collisions that are taking place. We compile the data that we have regarding the types of collisions, and we come up with these types of what we call heat maps. Next slide, please. So the Safe Streets Long Beach Action Plan, really, we are looking at bicyclists who are overrepresented in the crash data, unfortunately. We survey feedback emphasizing the need for separation between bikeways and vehicular traffic. We look at roadways with bikeways that are typically redesigned to reduce speeding. Bicycle infrastructure can improve safety for drivers as well. As speeds come down on a lot of the roadways, you know, it not only makes it safer for pedestrians and bicyclists, but it makes it safer for drivers who are in vehicles as well. And that's really important, again, for all users. Since 2020, some of our achievements, we've received $19 million for roadway safety improvement projects. Last year, we started a yard sign education program. And we were really kind of unsure how this was going to take off and whether it would be popular, but it is shown to be very popular. And we have staff who meets with residents delivering signs and instructing them how to put them in their yards or along the sides of the roadway. Also, we have been successful in reducing speed limits So far, we've done 29 road segments just recently in the past 9 months or so, and we're on course to do another 30 or so. And this is where we can legally and justifiably reduce speed limits anywhere in the city. We have a program where we are looking at doing that every year. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. Next slide. Okay, so now we'll have Fern come in. She is the lead for the mobility team. Fern?
Thank you. Now that we've discussed some of the city's guiding documents, I'm going to provide some information on bicycle-related programs and then the projects. So our Go Active LB Hub is a city-owned bike commuter parking facility. It's located downtown. You can see here next to the First Street Transit Gallery. The city contracts with a local vendor, Pedal Movement, to operate the facility, and we offer monthly and annual commuter parking memberships available to the public. We offer 24/7 secure and monitored indoor bike parking. There's also a restroom and showers available for members, free monthly bike safety workshops open to the public, and then we also discuss bike registration. We have service and repairs, retail, and other information on the city's bicycle network and programs that we give out to people through this facility. Next slide, please. Now, our bike share program has been very successful over the last several years, and I want to provide some program metrics from 2021. We had almost 600 total bikes in the system last year, and we refurbished almost 600 also in 2021. We have a total of 96 hubs operating now, and during the summer when we have the highest use in bike share, we see that Belmont Pier, Junipero Lot, 54th Place, the Aquatic Center, and the Aquarium of the Pacific are the most utilized hubs in the city. We've had almost 50,000 trips last year and almost 150,000 total miles road. And we've seen our active memberships increase year over year with around 30,000 active members in 2018, 40,000 in 2019, 46,000 in 2020, and as you can see here, almost 60,000 active memberships in 2021. And riders, they have the option to pay per ride, or they can purchase a bike share membership. And we also offer student discounts available to Long Beach City, Cal State, anyone who has a .edu email address. Next slide, please. In 2021, we signed a new contract with Pedal Movement as our vendor to operate and maintain the program. The contract is through September 2023, and it also includes refurbishment of the recently purchased bike share bikes. We intend to expand the bike share program this year, starting in May, and this expansion will include up to 1,500 new controllers that will allow use of QR codes to unlock the bikes. And we're also excited to introduce electric bicycles into the bike share program this year with about 100 to 150 added to the fleet this upcoming year. We'll also be adding in 700 non-electric bikes that will be refurbished and added into the system with the addition of new bike parking hubs installed citywide. And those hubs will be able to accommodate the new e-bikes and the existing non-electric bicycles. Next slide, please. So this map shows the existing bikeways across the city. The red on the map are the shared routes and painted bike lanes, and the green are the H80 facilities that Carl mentioned earlier, which includes recreational paths and trails, separated and parking protected bike lanes, and bike boulevards. In 2021, the port completed construction on the Pier J path, which is 1.5 miles, and we completed a bike lane on Temple Avenue. And then in addition to that, short segments on Alamitos and Cherry were constructed by private developers as required conditions of approval for the adjacent development projects. Next slide, please. These are the upcoming bikeway projects that we have that are a citywide effort that we plan to complete over the next 3 years. The total mileage for all 15 of these projects is about 33 miles. The grant-funded projects are bike projects that were awarded funding through Caltrans Active Transportation Program, SCAG Sustainable Communities Program, and Metro Measure A Active Transportation Program. The repaving projects are bike projects that were added onto already planned repaving work. And the local return funded are bike projects that are not connected to a repaving project, but that are paid through local return transportation dollars. A majority of these projects are separated bike lanes, but we also have a few others, like Pine is a bike boulevard project. And then, as mentioned earlier, we are anticipating release of a few different grant applications this year. ATP Cycle 6 will open this summer, and we do intend to apply for several bicycle projects through that grant program again. Next slide, please. So I just want to talk about a few of the upcoming projects in a little bit more detail. You can see this one is an ATP project. It's downtown walkable corners, and the intent of this project is to improve comfort and visibility both for pedestrians and bicyclists. And it also, through some of these bulb outs, will encourage safer vehicle turns. We have concrete medians that will help fortify the separated bike lanes along 3rd and Broadway. And this is a really good example of the city's effort to upgrade our temporary striping and green bollard elements to more permanent concrete treatments. So you can see here we have 190 curb extensions and pedestrian medians that will be proposed throughout the downtown area. Magnolia, Alameda, 7th, and Ocean are the limits. And that photo there is a rendering of some of what the intersections will look like. Next slide, please. Another ATP project here is our Pacific Avenue Cycle Track. This will extend from Ocean Boulevard to Pacific Coast Highway, which is identified as a high injury corridor on the Safe Streets Long Beach Action Plan. You saw that map earlier on the screen for bikes and pedestrians. It's on the high injury network map. This project includes bus islands, you can see here on the photo on the right, and shorter pedestrian crossings, separated bikeways, and additional traffic calming elements. And through this project, we hope to reduce vehicle speeding and reduce bus dwell times, and then also create a more comfortable experience for bicyclists. Next slide, please. And then the third project that was awarded through ATP recently is the Pine Avenue Bike Boulevard project. And this extends from 8th Street to Willow Street, which will help us connect downtown to the Willow Street Metro A-Line station, which is a gap that's identified in our bicycle master plan. And this is a project that will create a suitable bike route for 8 to 80 people ages 8 to 80. So we're excited about this one also. The bike boulevards will use share rows and other traffic calming elements to create a comfortable place for bicyclists to share the road with the local vehicle traffic that rides along this street. And we'll do this through vehicle diverters, raised intersections, traffic circles, rapid flashing beacons, curb extensions, and pedestrian medians. You can see in the photo here, this is the proposed diverter at 8th and Pine, and that's to help us with the reduced cut through traffic and speeding and improve comfort for everyone. Next slide, please. And so this is the last project that we wanted to highlight in more detail. This was included as part of a repaving project. This is Del Amo Boulevard. And this is part of our effort to move away from the bollards and the paint towards more concrete, more permanent concrete elements. This is a one-way bike lane. It's adjacent to a school and will help bring vehicle speeds down. This will be from Atlantic Avenue to Orange Avenue. And it is a separated bikeway using concrete separators. You can see this photo in Portland here. And this is funded through local transportation return funds. And another really exciting thing about this project is that it'll connect our Orange Avenue and Atlantic Avenue bikeways. Next slide, please. So the Bicycle Master Plan has a target goal to construct 300 miles of bikeways by 2040, and we currently have approximately 165 miles. You can see in this chart that in order to reach that goal, the city needs to build approximately 8 miles per year. In 2019, we had our highest recent year when we constructed 3 miles. That was East 2nd Street, Golden Shore, and East Broadway. You can also see in the chart that we'll focus on building more Class 4, which is the separated bike lanes in the coming years. So you can see the gray at the top, how most of the future projects are the Class 4, the gray, and we'll have kind of a reduction of the Class 2, which is the second from the bottom shade of blue there. So we'll be converting most of the projects to Class 4 instead of the shared route. So just so everyone knows, Class 4 are the separated bike lanes, and then Class 2 are just the painted bike lanes as a separate lane, but not separated by any vertical element. And then Class 3 are the shared routes. That's where we have sharrows. And then 1 are the paths and trails. So that would be a separate path similar to the ones along the 2 rivers and the beach path. We also are trying to focus on what we are considering low-hanging fruit projects. We have about 18 miles of those, and those are existing Class 2 lanes that we can upgrade to separated bike lanes in the future, near future. Next slide, please. So how we hope to achieve this goal is by continuing to get some of these great projects awarded by grants and considering some of these both low-hanging fruit and more permanent projects. Over the past decade, we have focused more on the temporary materials for our separated bike lanes as kind of pilot projects to see how they worked out. And they've been pretty successful, but we do know that we'd like to transition to the bottom photo there, which is the best practice for some of these separated infrastructure projects. Those ones there that have the either parking or vertical kind of concrete separation, those are more comfortable, more permanent, and more aesthetically pleasing for us to do in the streets. However, they are far more costly. As you can see the price comparison here between the quick build and the best practice one on the bottom there. And then the next slide is just a last slide here. We wanted to show you some more examples of best practice bikeway design. These ones use more permanent materials and really make bicyclists and pedestrians feel more comfortable. Clockwise from the top left, that's San Francisco, California. That's a concrete median separated bike lane. And then Cambridge, Massachusetts, that's a sidewalk grade separated bike lane. Chicago, Illinois, that's a protected intersection. And then St. Paul, Minnesota, that's a sidewalk grade separated bike lane as well. And these are really important designs for us because we know that they attract a broader portion of the population and they enhance comfort for all users and improve accessibility for people with limited mobility. Next slide, please. Okay, well, that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present an update on our bicycle infrastructure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. That concludes our presentation. We're available to answer questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Modica, and to the staff. You guys did really a great job, as you always do. Want to just overall just say that the work that's happened on this has been really just incredible to see. I think you and I have talked about how important it is to continue our mobility projects, our pedestrian-oriented projects, and just great to see all the expansion happening. So just a huge kudos to the team, and Mr. Modica, to you, and to everyone working on all of these projects. I may have some more some questions, but I want to turn to the council and let them answer their questions. So I have Councilwoman Zendejas first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation, staff. Thank you very much for all the hard work that you've been doing. It just, really excites me to see so much good planning put into this, and just such a great presentation. I also wanted to ask a couple of things. I know that in the past, and I'm going to use my home as an example. There was a bike lane that was created there, and now I am no longer able to access the vehicles that are wheelchair accessible to be able to transport me, or they don't have somewhere to wait for me because they're blocking the bike lane. Did you guys take that into consideration here? And if so, what is the plan for something like that? And if you need me to clarify, I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, I think I can address that, Councilwoman Zendejas. With all of our projects, there are always sometimes details that fall through the cracks, and that's something that we didn't know about, we weren't aware about early on. You know, when we do have special conditions that arise, we always come back after the project is installed to try and remedy those situations, to mitigate those issues. So if you let me know where you need to have something done, you know, we can definitely try to help you out there for sure. And we try to catch these things early on in the process, but sometimes they slip through the cracks.
Yes, thank you. And being a big advocate for the disability community, I think that my fellow disability community members would agree with me that we've been working really, really, really hard to actually be a before thought and not an afterthought. So I'll be more involved with you guys and try to, you know, pinpoint things, because it's not only my house. You know, I've seen other seniors trying to get picked up, for example, by Dial Lift, and they have nowhere to park because they are now blocking the bike lane. And when they are there and they're blocking the bike lane, the bikers have to get out of the bike lane, around the vehicle, and back into the bike lane, which puts everybody in danger. So, Mr. Hickman, I look forward to continuing this conversation offline and making sure that we address that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Hickman. And was it Fern for the presentation? I'm sorry, there's so many, but I want to make sure I get the names right. Yes, Fern, thank you. So I appreciate the report back on the bicycle master plan, as well as how it connects back to the Vision Zero plan, because I think ultimately I want to make sure everybody in some level of mobility have safe forms of it. And I appreciate the opportunity to look into how we're not only just creating safer bike paths, but how we're considering improving our stormwater in that way in order to efficiently and capture water and make sure that they're clean. And one of the things that I think that is important too is connectivity. Is how are these bike paths ultimately also connecting to the LA River? Because I do know that there are some people who may want that as an optional commute, you know, into the city. So I want to make sure that that is an opportunity we look at. And I just want to make sure that we consider Rivers and Mountains Conservancy as an option of funding that does provide funding into that in addition to federal funding. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Council Member Austin.
Thank you. And I also want to just lend my appreciation to staff for their great presentation on this plan. You know, we I think should talk more about our bike and active transportation models. And certainly I support the investment that we've been able to do and make thus far in our city. I've been a long champion of active transportation and mobility and connectivity throughout our city. I think the priority, one big priority that we should always not lose focus on, and that's the safety of our children, the young people, and making sure that they have safe access, you know, to ride their bikes to and from school, to and from our parks, playgrounds, and we should put them first. I think also what I hear from a lot of our constituents is, you know, they'd like to see some consistent application, right? You know, there are corridors where bike lanes look one way on you know, one stretch, and then they change to a whole nother design along the same street. And it may provide some level of protection and safety on one corridor, or one section of a corridor, but then that level of protection and safety changes. And so I think it's very, very important for us to, as we move forward, to not just look at new opportunities, but we need to reevaluate the infrastructure, the bike infrastructure that we already have, to improve upon it and make it as consistent as possible. You know, I've had the good fortune of working with many traffic engineers literally over the last 10 years on the city council. And I've understood that there are different philosophies and ways to do things. And so consistency is something that I'd like to see more of. And then understanding, as I talk about the infrastructure that we already have, we need to make sure that infrastructure is well maintained, right? I think it defeats the purpose to say, hey, we're going to build new bike infrastructure if the existing infrastructure, bollards are missing, paint is not clear on the streets. And so I'd like to see us put a lot more emphasis on that type of those type of improvements. Our ongoing maintenance, I think, is going to be critical to improving safety, but also consistent with our Vision Zero plan. Those are my comments, and I look forward to working with our traffic engineer, public works department, to meet those ends in the weeks and months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Councilwoman Price.
Okay, so it's almost as if Councilman Austin and I had predetermined what our top thoughts were going to be tonight, because as he was talking, I queued up early. Because here's the thing, and first of all, thank you for the presentation. And I tell everyone at every community meeting, our traffic engineers are actual engineers. They're experts whose opinion we should absolutely rely upon and support in terms of what recommendations they bring to the table. And I do what in my field is called lay the foundation for their expertise, because a lot of times our traffic engineers make recommendations that are not popular with certain communities, because I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but traffic is a major issue at every one of my community meetings, and everyone has a traffic mitigation solution that they think is the best one, but a lot of times it's not the same one that our traffic engineer is recommending, like stop signs. Everybody wants stop signs all the time to slow down speed, and we know from our engineers that that's not what stop signs do. In regards to bikes, we are at a bicycle infrastructure. We're at a place now where just a few years ago, we went through a very painful process, which I call the era of the bollard. And I know Councilwoman Mungo can back me on this. I'm sure all of my council colleagues, if they had bollards installed in their districts, are aware of the era of the bollards. So, I felt like because we have amazing city staff in terms of your education, your background, people that are very thoughtful in the recommendations that they give. And so a lot of times as council members, I defer to city staff a lot because you have the expertise that I don't have. And I'm very mindful of that. I don't want to second guess what you're recommending, but it looks like we're no longer using bollards. And so what happens to all the bollards that we have already in the city? Is the plan that at some point down the road, we'll replace those bollards with that little cushion that we have? Talk to me a little bit, Mr. Hickman, about bollards, and promise me that you're never going to leave the city, because we want to have consistency with every application. And if that's what, if the bump that we're doing now is a good application that everyone can stand behind, then I'd love to see that be the new standard. But let's talk a little bit about that, because I don't like that there's inconsistency in look. For me, it's the look. It just makes the city look messy. It doesn't make us look like we have a cohesive plan. It's the same thing with the colors of the ADA ramps. Some are gray, some are yellow. I know we've talked about that, but consistency would be good as we move towards, this concept of equity, because I think it's really important that the city overall, from, one side of the city to the other side of the city, has same access, same safety features, all of that. So, Mr. Hickman, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, Councilwoman Price and Councilman Austin, I totally understand what you're saying about the need for consistency throughout the city. And as a matter of fact, we are currently right now working on developing citywide standard plans and citywide standard specifications that we're going to use on all of our projects. Now, in regards to bollards, yes, in the past there was quite a few green bollards installed on major corridors, and we are leaning towards not doing that. And if you see bollards now, you'll be able to see them maybe at the beginning or the end of a particular segment or a block, but you're not going to see that long continuous line like you see on some of our roadways. So in place of that, we do need some sort of a vertical element, which is what a bollard provides you. So we are going to be moving towards the more concrete, flatter vertical element that is that separator between the traveled way and the bike lane. Those concrete elements seem to work well, but I want to point out that those type of concrete vertical elements will only be installed where we don't have parking, because we don't want to create trip hazards with people tripping over wheel stops or vertical concrete elements. So yes, we are definitely moving away from the typical bollards that you're talking about, but you will still see an occasional bollard here and there. It provides additional level of safety right at the intersections. So I hope I answered your question good.
You did, and I appreciate that. And I think, whatever we do, I'm happy to support as long as we have a longer term plan, because, our term on the council as council members is limited. The staff's terms in their roles are limited as they move, and we need to have some sort of plan so that the city doesn't look like it's disjointed or fractured from one part of the city to the other, because then that's when we get into issues where the city doesn't have a consistent image, and I think that's important. I
agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor. Good discussion so far. But as many of you know, I'm colorblind. So it was hard for me to follow some of those lines where you had it red and green going north, east, south, west, wherever they were. It was hard for me to follow in that respect. So just a point of information in case for future presentations. And I'm not the only one. I know there's probably a lot of people out there with red, green colorblindness like me having a hard time. And having said that, I couldn't tell if there were any bike lanes in the west part of the city, in the west side, as an example. There's a dearth. I drive it a lot, Santa Fe corridor, and Santa Fe corridor goes from the port all the way to downtown Los Angeles. And I didn't see anything that even resembled a bike lane in that area. There's also some issues in regards to connectivity with the West Long Beach area. There's no bike lane that goes from, say, Pacific to Santa Fe. And of course, there's only 4 points of contact: Anaheim, PCH, Willow, and Wardlow. Now, Wardlow does have a bike lane. Of course, it's has a high propensity of bollards all over on both sides of the street. So that's another issue in and of itself. But that's seems to be the only corridor, if you want to call it that connects East Long Beach, if you will, with West Long Beach. And that's the only one. And then there's nothing on Santa Fe for say a bicyclist to connect onto Santa Fe and then go from there to either towards downtown, the river, or to downtown LA. So I think that we need to look at that bicycle plan a little more, be more inclusionary. Obviously, equity is a big issue with us in Long Beach, and especially when it comes to the West Long Beach area. So I would want to work with you, Mr. Hickman, in regards to what we can do to resolve the dearth of bike lanes in West Long Beach. Thank you.
Councilman Uranga, if I could respond real brief, we do have Class 3 bike lanes getting installed on Santa Fe coming up this year. That's part of the improvement project there. But the Class 3s, again, are with the sharrows in the roadway, notifying drivers that they should share the road with bicyclists. There isn't a dedicated lane. But we do have a project in the works. Hopefully we get funding to put a bike lane over the Willow Bridge. And I am happy to say that with the Shoemaker Bridge that we're constructing, we are bringing and connecting the folks from the west side to the east. There will be a bike path over the Shoemaker Bridge that will drop down, and you can access it on the west side at the southern end of Fashion Avenue. So we are working on those connectivities to the west side. We're working on it.
Thank you, council member. Next up is Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Carl and Fern, for the presentation. It's been a long time in the works. The city's made tremendous progress. You know, I remember when a lot of this was plans, was plans and funding identified, but we're in a different place now where we see a real difference on the orientation of our bike lanes. Active transportation is the goal, and we have to make sure that we have the facilities in place to ensure that one can participate in our network safely. I remember the conversations earlier were particularly in Uptown. All of the lanes were north-south, or had a north-south orientation. It was, how can we connect Uptown to downtown? But the reality and the experience of the people using those lanes was that they didn't all just want to go downtown or go to the beach. Folks in North Long Beach wanted to go west or go east, LA River to San Gabriel Valley River. There were already routes to get downtown through the river if you needed to. But what I've seen is a lot of, now the plans really show a lot more east-west orientation. That's good. But I think we definitely need to talk about implementation and making sure that the plans do become a reality for people who truly care about transportation equity and are looking to, use a bike or, whatever means to get where they need to get to. Because there is still a disconnect, in my opinion, between the infrastructure that we plan, what we implement, and all of the strategies implemented. For example, it took a long time to get the bike network to extend to North Long Beach. There's still a lot more work to do to make sure that those resources, the bikes, even the scooters, are in places where our communities can access them. I think, the issue of schools was raised a bit earlier. I think we have to maintain our conversations with the school district and maintain our emphasis on safe routes to school. The bollards were implemented first on Artesia Boulevard because of a need to make the Artesia Bridge safer between Jordan High School and Starr King Elementary School. They were never supposed to be a permanent solution. And then we saw that they went citywide. Well, we don't want the bollards forever. I know that we've got, work on hand with Artesia Boulevard that are going to make them, make a permanent enhancements. But but what I want to emphasize is that this was because the walk over that bridge was so unsafe for the students. We needed to have some sort of a partition between traffic and that very narrow sidewalk. What we got out of it was we used that as an opportunity to extend sidewalks. We gave, we got Red Rose barbecues and patio dining through the process. They were the first ones in the North Long Beach area to have that happen because the traffic counts were too high for a parklet. And so we did a curb extension. So we used active transportation and safety as a means to create some economic opportunity. Those were good. We got to keep doing that. And so so my message here is great progress on the planning. We have to continue to apply for funding to make these projects become a reality. Our neighborhoods and many, I can talk about North Long Beach. The neighborhoods are great. It's the business corridors. It's the corridors that lack attention, right? And it's the same way in a lot of areas. The homes are great, but when you look at some of the corridors, they need attention. And without redevelopment, sometimes the only funding we get is the funding we can apply for the public realm. Street projects, widening sidewalks, pedestrian lighting, things that make it safer also make it more beautiful. And so that's my encouragement. Let's make sure we apply for the dollars that we get as much bang for the buck as we can in the areas that certainly need, based on data, the areas that are using this infrastructure, the areas that businesses could use some enhancement, because we've seen what happens. It makes a real difference. I mean, Robert Earls is an example. Last thing, Carl, if you could just give us a quick update, where are we with the Artesia project?
That's a very good question, Vice Mayor Richardson. We were looking at the 100% design plans today with the designer, going over, making sure that they dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's and addressed all of our comments from prior submittals. So the 100% design is in. The design team is going to go back, make a few minor adjustments, and then we're looking to advertise between March and June of this year.
For the RFP for construction.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if we can, speed that up a little more, I think that's better, because what we originally talked about was putting the RFP on the street in Q1. Yeah, so and also phasing the project.
Yes.
So you get as much bang for the buck as you can get right around Jordan High School.
Exactly. We're going to be phasing it in two pieces, but we're making great progress right now.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Super now, please.
Okay, thank you. The topic of bollards was of little interest to me before redistricting. There wasn't a single bollard in the 4th district. Now I just inherited a ton of them. So what I'd like to ask is if in fact we're looking at a redesign or removing those, if we could look at options that do not require a specialized street sweeper. It sort of looked like that low version might work well with a traditional street sweeper. So you don't have to answer me tonight if you could look into those possibilities. And I do remember Artesia Boulevard, what the Vice Mayor was saying, and that was one of the pet peeves, as I recall right off the bat, is there was no way of cleaning that thing originally when those bollards first went up on Artesia. And it's a major hazard with gravel and whatnot collecting in the bike lane. And I'd love to see improvements in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think that we do have a motion by Councilmember Supernaw. If I can get a second, that would be great. And I have some comments and questions as well. First, I agree with all that's been said by the council. Some really great comments. Mr. Modica, can you go ahead and just put up the shot of all the upcoming bike projects coming up, please?
Yes, we'll get that on the screen.
Thank you.
Slide 10.
And there is a second by Councilwoman Sorrow. Councilwoman, did you have anything to add? Did you want to say anything else?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the second there. Great. This is really great. Thank you very much for this. Let me get the ratio here. Okay. So I wanted to first of all to let staff know that one of the things I think that we're hoping for, a lot of us are hoping for, is I think a lot of us were around back when the city was first still experimenting. I mean, we were you think about like 10 years ago, we were just barely getting started. 15 years ago, the city was just getting started having these conversations around like infrastructure and around what the city would look like. And I want to credit, I know then Vice Mayor Susie Lowenthal really I thought was kind of like the city thought leader around bikes, and worked with folks like Mark Bixby and so many other folks in getting our bike master plan to where it is today, and so many others, of course, across the community. What I hope is I'm looking at this plan as far as the upcoming bikeway projects, and it's super exciting to see this. I want to a couple of things. One is we should continue to link our bike projects as well to the impacts around housing and climate change, and they're all linked. The more that we can get folks to travel safely, it does have impacts to air quality. It does have impacts to the way housing is developed, and so those are always really important things for us to consider. And one of the big reasons why these projects are so important. Also, I want to echo the conversations around reinvesting back into bike lane projects that really need some retouches and some a little paint, a bollard replacement, some of the things that we're discussing. As far as bollard replacement, which I love to hear that from. I'm not a huge fan, but I understand why they're put in place. What would actually we replace those with?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. When those vertical elements, the bollards, are damaged, or let's say we were to do a wholesale removal, we would need to replace those with some sort of a vertical element. And I mentioned earlier that we're leaning towards that concrete vertical element. It's not really a curb; it's actually quite mountable by a car, but it does provide that vertical separation between the travel lane and the bicycle lane. It's a concrete, flatter than a normal curb, concrete installed with the pavement or with the project. And then you can also do other things like we tried wheel stops on some of our bike projects, but in some areas of the city, the residents complained that the wheel stops were actually trip hazards. So we had to go back and remove those as well. So, again, you need some sort of a vertical element, and we are leaning towards that concrete vertical element.
That's great. Thank you. And I tell you that I think some of these projects that are on here, I remember years ago, some of these projects were not eligible, or there was a different perspective on whether or not a bike lane could be implemented, including the one on Pacific. I think I'm really glad to see that. I remember being on the council, and that was not a possible bike lane area back then. And I'm glad that things have changed and we're a little more progressive on our bike policy and locations. Want to also just add, we're doing a major, for example, I see there on Studebaker, a big part of that Studebaker grant-funded bike lane project, I'm assuming aligned with our repave of Studebaker that we're working on right now. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we're trying to do the repavement and the installation of the Class 4 bike lane so that we don't do redundant work, or one type of task doesn't damage the other work that is done. So that is getting installed on Studebaker, the Class 4.
Thank you. And then what's missing on here, which I've mentioned before, and I wish we were able to include it. We're also working on a major repave of Anaheim, all the way from Zafaria to the western side of the city. And not a fully funded project, but getting there, funded project, I think. And so will you remind me why we're not including any sort of bike lane project on Anaheim?
Yes, that's a very good question. And Anaheim is a very unique corridor because we don't have the road width on a lot of the segments to allow to have the lanes that we need to accommodate the volumes of traffic, and then the additional width to accommodate bike lanes. So what we're doing with the Anaheim Improvement Project is we're installing other types of improvements that are consistent with complete streets and active transportation, where we're doing a lot of improvements at the intersections, and those improvements will help bicyclists and pedestrians and motorists. Also, when folks try to cross the street, cross Anaheim, they're going to have islands and medians in the middle for bicyclists and for pedestrians to act as a refuge, so they're not just jumping across the street into traffic.
Which I love, by the way, and I think those are incredible complete street projects that are happening all up and down Anaheim, which is really great. But Anaheim is very wide, and I know that there's a mixed opinion. At least I've heard mixed opinion about whether bike lanes could go into that project. And so there are other streets where we have installed bike lanes that are much narrower streets than Anaheim, which is, I believe, one of the wider streets we have in the city. So I'm just wondering if there can't be a re-evaluation of that, or is there a bigger issue, a bigger safety issue that maybe I'm missing?
Well, to get the bike lanes in there, like say a Class 4, you would have to do a road diet. There's no other way around it. We don't want to condemn businesses or take people's property to gain the additional width in many of the locations. So you would have to go down to a single lane in each direction. And we all know how busy Anaheim is. It would greatly impact the vehicular traffic flow along that entire corridor. It'd be quite a mess, quite frankly, if we went down to one lane in each direction. So that is the challenge, road width and needing the road to carry and having that capacity for the vehicles. So it's a trade-off and it's a challenge.
Okay. All right.
Carl,
just curious.
Sorry, Mayor. It's Eric Lopez. I was just going to ask if Carl can talk a little bit about that east-west connection and the importance, and if it can't happen on Anaheim, some of the other areas that the bike master plan looks at that can help with that connection. Of course, it's going to be safe and it's going to be convenient, but I just want to make sure that when people look at this map, that they know that we recognize the importance of that east-west connection, and that we do have plans that we're looking at to ensure that happens.
And let me just add to that, because that's really also, I think, the key piece of this is when you think about the communities between Anaheim and PCH and along that corridor, you have some of our densest, most lower income communities in the city. And I just want to make sure that those folks have access to safe bikeways to get from one end of the city to the other and to go east-west. And so I know that we have some incredible bike infrastructure along the coast. Even I think we're building some great linkages on 14th, and we have some incredible bikeway, I think, on 6th. But I do and continue to be concerned about the ability for folks that are along Midtown, along Cambodia Town, through the center of the city to have access to safe pedestrian transportation, and safe bike access. So just want to put it out there. I know I've mentioned this to the team before. Fantastic job with all this. This is looking really great. I just wanted to lift that up as we continue moving forward. Councilman Mungo.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry that I had some technical difficulties earlier. I think the bike master plan I think that there is some value in discussing where the paths will lead when they get to the city's edges. So you'll see that there was a discussion of specifically that it goes to the city's eastward boundary or the city's northern boundary. It's very valuable to have those connect to other bike infrastructure in the adjacent cities, and for us council members to work with the adjacent electeds to ensure that there is connectivity so that individuals in those parts of Southern California can bike to Long Beach to experience some of the corridors that Councilmember Richardson was discussing. So just something to think about. And then I think that we're really excited about the opportunity to have standardization of the bulb outs and standardization of the coloring and standardization of where we do what classes. I also think there needs to be an exception process. If you look at a project that I'm really, really proud of on Biking Way, those bulb outs and that additional safety measures could not have been possible if we would have had to wait for the funding to be able to do it via concrete. We did an experiment. We did it with paint and other visual aids that got us there. But that project was originally, it ended up being around $500,000. And if we would have done those bulb outs, it would have been significantly more expensive with the concrete, and it probably wouldn't have gotten done. And there are times when the priorities of the city are such where a project of that magnitude growing by 25% would just not be possible. And so I think we need to look at when and where those exceptions can be made and what that looks like. Thank you very much.
And finally, Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm just following up on what the Mayor was just speaking about. When I'm looking at the second district, I see some significant gaps, especially from north to south. And as we know, these gaps are in some of our densest neighborhoods in central Long Beach. So is there like any timeline or I guess it's just a kind of a follow-up question to what you already asked too, like how are we going to address these gaps that I'm seeing on this map?
What we typically do, Councilwoman Allen, is we are aware of where we have those type of gaps that you're talking about. And as projects are developed and as project funding comes along, however that arrives, we do try to fill in those gaps. We do have about 6 projects that we're going to be applying for this coming year for ATP projects. So I won't get into all those details, but with many of our projects, we fill in those gaps as best as we can. And again, it's a corridor by corridor basis. And we look to do that. And on the west side of the city, there's a lot happening up against the river, with the Shoemaker Bridge and the Drake Park improvements. So there are a variety of things happening in the downtown area as well.
And I understand that you're aware of the gaps, and I trust that you'll that you'll find ways that you can fill them when you can.
Right.
But do you have, is there like any timeline for this?
Well, there's no real timeline to say that, everything will be done by year X. We do have a goal to try to get this complete master plan done by, say, 2040. But again, it's piece by piece, developer by developer, project by project, and we sort of piece it together the best that we can as funding is available and as the projects come together as one.
Okay, great. Just one other question. I know I look at the Go Active Long Beach Hub is great, but we only have one. What are we doing to provide more secure parking and storage elsewhere in the city? And then also, is there something that we could do to like incorporate in any of the city-owned parking structures or lots into secure parking?
Yeah, that's a tough question. Right now we do have the one hub, as you mentioned, and it costs us a little bit of money to keep that thing up and running, and it's really a unique setup there. And we would be open to looking for other areas, other sections of town to set up similar hubs. And we do have bike parking in the city structures right now, in the Lincoln Garage. So. We are working on those things, and as opportunities arise, we try to fit them in wherever we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Carl, Councilman, can I just add a little bit more to that? Two things. First, we do have a lot of parking assets that I think we can do a better job with providing more secure bicycle parking. So, that is an area where our mobility officer and public works is going to be looking at, working with our parking team and see what we can do. The second part, big grant opportunities like the active transportation program that the state administers, that comes every 2 years. So, in terms of the question of, how often do we get the opportunity to propose projects, compete for funding, to be able to do some of these bigger improvements, right now it's happening every 2 years. We are expecting more funding to come under those programs because of the federal infrastructure bill. So, I think we're in a unique place. We have our planning documents in place. We know where our gaps are. We know where we can do a better job. And with this additional funding coming in, I really think it's an exciting time to compete for some of these funds, bring some of this funding in, and be able to get a lot more of these projects completed. So I just wanted to lift that up and just point it out, because it does not every year that we get to compete. It's been every 2 years for the last 4 to 6 years for us.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric, for all your hard work on that.
Thank you. And Councilmember Supernaw?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the mayor's question about Anaheim and Cindy Allen's question about north-south. So, and this happened on my watch. So Anaheim was deemed not appropriate for bike lanes, so they chose 15th Street. And that bike lane goes from Magnolia on the west all the way to Cal State Long Beach. Actually, it dumps out at Eximino, then north up to Atherton, then over all the way to Studebaker. So that was the alternative for the Anaheim Street bike lane. And for Cindy Allen, Obispo and staff can talk about this. This was just completed recently, but I believe, all I know is the 4th District. I know the bike lane goes from 10th to PCH, but it might go even further than that. But so there's a good north-south route right in the middle of the 2nd District section that goes up to PCH. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember, for those good updates. That concludes council comments on this study session. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
At this time, if there's any members of the public that would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature or press *9. We have 3 public comments. Dave Shukla, your time starts now.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on this very, very, very good presentation. Mr. Hickman, Mrs. Nueno, thank you. So that you can better judge and evaluate what I'm saying, I should note that Vision Zero is something that I have been tracking since Director Khan in York City when I was living there, first proposed it, and it's something I did research on in 2016, 2017 at UCLA. I very much would like to see complete streets on Studebaker. I'm glad to see that there's funding for that. I think the point about the Santa Fe corridor, even the Alameda corridor, and having not just bike lanes, but complete streets on the west side would be really great. Using the LA River as a form of connectivity, not just for bikes, but multimodal connectivity, I think is something that should be explored on both banks. Things like the DeForest Parkway, for instance, already kind of lead in that direction. It's good to see that traffic safety issues, especially on Vision Zero, have been identified where they're most concentrated on the borders between the 1st, 2nd, and 6th districts. 35 saved lives. Speed limit restrictions are helpful, and where they're legally and justifiably possible, we should do it. The Go Active Hub is gorgeous. That is a wonderful use of space. Great program metrics on some of these slides, including the co-benefits for cost, health, emissions, a lot of win-win-win scenarios. That's great to see. I think the city should own, site, and maintain its own manufacturing capacity for active transportation and multimodal connectivity. So I'd like to ask, with 100 to 150 new e-bikes, are these connected to any charging stations or prefiguring things like light monorail or something? I mean, where are these things going to be located? Because, we've had some problems with some of these electric scooters. The rollout was a bit of a mess, and I hope that there's safety and risk modeling for adding these new e-bikes to the roads. I'd like to hear about materials other than concrete, cool streets materials, excrete, something that doesn't take a lot of carbon emissions to produce. Incidentally, when you look at all of the different utilities and sectors that you need to do a lot of these projects, it's completely understandable why every other coastal city in California has a community choice aggregation program. There's ways to coordinate these things better and faster. And then finally, I appreciate the points about 15th Street and 10th Street and alternative corridors, maybe not all of our major streets.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sine Kemfe.
Sanai Kinfei, 6th District resident. So the only comment that I have, thank you city staff for this presentation. The only comment that I have is I unfortunately, respectfully think that your Pine corridor element is not appropriate. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. The reason being is that when you get from 10, or you guys say from 8th to Willow. So when you get above, let's say 14th Street, all the way up to maybe 20th Street, most people on Pine park their car in the middle of the road. That's a known fact. If you go outside right now, you'll see at least 40 to 50 plus cars parked in the middle of the street due to the lack of parking availability in such a highly dense area. The average block going from 14th Street up to 20th Street has about 4 to 5 apartment buildings on each side of the street, which are at least 4plexes and up. So I don't understand how, and I live on 20th and 25th and Pine. And so, that empties out into Willow. So I don't understand how that would work as far as creating a bike lane, because then you would disrupt, in a working class neighborhood, somewhere of, dozens of parking spots for people, many of them who live in the neighborhood. So if we could coordinate the bike lane maybe to Atlantic, which is a natural business corridor, as the Vice Mayor Rex Richardson referenced earlier, or even as the mayor said, I thought that the Pacific Avenue bike lane was a great addition, but with respect to running it through the neighborhood of Pine, it's not going to work out to the benefit of the people living in the 1st and 6th district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gloria Bradley. Gloria Bradley, your time starts now. Please unmute yourself. Our next speaker is Patrick Gleason.
Hello, my name is Patrick Gleason. I live on Cherry and Anaheim in District 6. And so thank you for raising the Anaheim corridor. Those improvements, even if they don't include bike lanes, will be massive. And I hope that the city can find funding for that. I am a renter and a rider. That means I don't own a home and I don't own a car. And so I wanted to just make myself known and ask that the council please remember us. I know we are a minority in this city, at least from the rider perspective. And so I wanted to emphasize how important projects like these are in my day-to-day as well. So I ride a scooter or a bike to work every single day. I am honked at and kind of harassed on a really regular basis. And I think part of that has to do with the design of our roads, which many of them are 100% designed for cars. So of course they think, you know, what are you doing in my lane? And the reason I'm in that lane is because there is no lane for me. There is, you know, you can't ride on the sidewalk and there's no bike lane. So I just wanted to thank the council for having a session, encourage you to find additional funding, advocate for active transportation. I know the state is looking at expanding transportation. Lena Gonzalez as the transportation chair. You know, I think the resources are out there and we can get creative to bring them to Long Beach. So thank you very much for hosting this.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. That concludes the study session. Let me close that study session. Thank you very much. Let me also, for item 24, I'm being told we have to take a roll call vote just to move that. So let's go ahead and do that really briefly. There is a motion and a second, please. Councilwoman Price, who wanted to actually table the item. If I can get that motion,
we need
please.
a vote on
second on that.
We need a vote on
Mayor, I'm sorry. We need to vote on the study session item.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the receipt and file?
Correct.
Yeah, did you, yeah, I'm sorry, this virtual thing is, let's go ahead and do that. Let's do the roll, so we'll do the roll call vote on receive and file, right?
Correct. And can you repeat the mover and the seconder for us?
On this item, I believe it was
Supernaw Sorrow.
I think it was Councilmember Supernaw and Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you.
So let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
District 1.
District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
District 6.
Aye.
District 7.
Aye.
District 8.
Aye.
District 9.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. And let's do item 24. Again, motion please by Councilmember Price. If I can get a second on that. Vice Mayor Richardson. Go ahead and let's do a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
District 1.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we begin the vote, is there any public comment on this item? On 24?
If there's any members that would like to speak on this item, please press *9 or use the raise hand function.
And this is to table it, not on the item.
Correct. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
We'll continue to the vote. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3.
Aye.
District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
District 6.
Aye.
District 7.
Aye.
District 8.
Aye.
District 9.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Can I get a motion on consent calendar, please? Motion by Councilmember Allen, second by Councilmember Zadejas. Any public comment on consent?
If there's any members of the public who'd like to speak on the consent calendar, please use the *9 or raise hand function. Dave Shukla, your time begins now. Dave had lowered his hand. That concludes public comment.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
District 1,
Aye.
District 2,
Aye.
District 3,
Aye.
District 4,
Aye.
District 5,
Aye.
District 6,
Aye.
District 7,
Aye.
District 8,
Aye.
District 9.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Now we'll be going up to, I had a request to have 25, I believe, up next by Councilwoman Zadejas. That was the item, right, Councilwoman? Yes, let's go ahead and do item 25.
Report from Development Services and Financial Management. Recommendation to adopt a resolution. Approve the issuance of bonds by the California Community Housing Agency of the Civic Center Mid-Block, District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is a really significant project that we want to make sure that you understand the components and how it works. It's a really complex tool. We talked about some of this last week as we talked about middle income. And this is a ground-up construction of 580 brand new units, which will be 100% affordable. And when it's complete, we will have completed the public-private partnership that is the Civic Center. This is the last component that we've in that arrangement, and we found an innovative way to build the project and also bring you some additional affordable units. So I will turn it over to Oscar Orsi, who will walk through the project for us.
Thank you, Mr. Modica, and thank you, Mayor and City Council members. The Development Services Department is happy to present the recommended financing structure for the development and operation of the Civic Center Mid-Block Mixed-Use Development for the City Council's consideration. Next slide, please. In 2015, the City Council approved the Civic Center project. Since then, the new City Hall, the Port Headquarters, and the main library have been completed, with Lincoln Park nearing its completion. The approval also includes the mid-block mixed-use residential development to replace the old City Hall, which is currently under demolition. Plenary, the owner and the sponsor, is requesting that the City Council authorize the issuance of a tax-exempt bonds to finance the construction and operation of the development. Next slide, please. As Mr. Modica indicated, the project will include 580 moderate income housing units in 2 8-story buildings with subterranean parking, retail, restaurant space, and more importantly, a grocery store. The buildings will feature amenity spaces, including but not limited to courtyards, pool, and an 8th floor sky deck. The mid-block conveyance agreement between the city and the plenary group required that 10% or 58 of the total units be restricted to moderate income households. This proposed financing structure for the project includes a significant increase in the number of affordable housing units. In fact, the project will bring 100% affordable housing units. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Ure, Patrick Ure, who will provide you a brief description of the actual financing structure. Mr. Ure, next slide, please.
Thank you, Oscar, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Plenary will partner with the California Community Housing Agency, or CalCHA, a joint powers authority that will issue the tax-exempt bonds that Oscar mentioned. A regulatory agreement will impose income and rent restrictions on the lower-tier moderate-income housing units. There will also be a project administration agreement between Plenary and CalCHA, under which Plenary will serve as the project administrator and asset manager, and a property management agreement with Greystar Property Management. A public benefit agreement will guide the relationship between the city and CalCHA. It also grants the city the option to purchase or force the sale of the property at year 15, and provides a variety of transaction terms that the JPA must follow, and makes the JPA responsible for property management and overall property condition, affordability compliance, reporting, and payment of a host fee and affordable housing monitoring fee. Next slide, please. The project will be financed with two 40-year Series A bonds and a subordinate Series B bond. The total development costs for the project are estimated at over $493 million. These bonds are repaid through project cash flow. And the city has no obligation to repay the bonds. Next slide, please. Project affordability will be governed by two income structures: the state income limits prepared by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, and the tax credit income limits prepared by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The state income limits are lower. For example, a two-person moderate income household can earn up to $70,400 under the state limits, while that same household can earn up to $113,520 under the HUD income limits. Next slide, please. The units have a meaningful affordability restriction with rents based on 30% of the state or HUD income limits, or a 5% discount from market rates, whichever market rate rents, whichever is less. So if 30% of someone's income means that the rent is not 5% or less from the market rate rent, then the rent will be reduced even further by that 5% margin. As you can see from the chart, the current market rate rent for a two-bedroom unit in the area is about $3,600. The plenary average rent for that unit will be approximately $3,037, which is about a 16% discount to the market rate rent. I also want to just briefly talk about the difference between the HUD rents and the HCD rents. So I'm going to look at a one-bedroom unit, and this is coming from Figure 8 on page 13 of the attached HRNA report. Market rate rent for a one-bedroom unit in the area is estimated at $2,700. The HUD unit rent for a one-bedroom is estimated at $2,460, which is about a 9% reduction from market rate rents. And then the state rents for that same unit would be $1,655, which is almost a 39% reduction over the market rate rent, which is significant. Next slide, please. A total of 120 units will be restricted to the lower state income limits, and 460 will be restricted to the HUD income limits. The 120 state income units will be secured by a 55-year deed restriction. Next slide, please. Annual city property tax losses are estimated at $650,000, but the developer will pay the city an annual host fee equal to that figure to compensate for the lost property tax revenues. Next slide, please. The city will receive Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA credit, for 520 units, all of the units in the project. 120 of them will be counted as moderate income units, and the remaining 460 will be counted as market rate units for RHNA purposes. This is due to the higher income levels imposed by the HUD income units and the deeper affordability of the 120 state units. The project will also promote housing for teachers, new commercial retail space, including a grocery store and active site security. It will also create jobs both during construction and after completion, and construction workers will be paid prevailing wages. Also, it's estimated that the project may generate approximately $2.2 million in retail property tax and up to $14 million in retail sales tax annually. Next slide, please. There are some risks, one being the foregone public benefits to the other taxing entities, although this site has been the site of the Civic Center for decades, and so those taxing entities have not seen property taxes on this site in the past. Something to think about. Complicated financing structure, although as someone who works in the affordable housing industry, I can attest to the fact that all affordable housing projects have complicated financing structures. And then there are risks from lack of enforcement of the public benefit or regulatory agreements, although those will be mitigated by the city's annual monitoring of the project. Again, the recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing this. I'm sorry, next slide, please. Again, the recommendation is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city to approve the issuance of bonds by the California Community Housing Agency to to finance the development of the Civic Center mid-block, and 2, authorize the execution of all documents necessary to effectuate the issuance of the bonds and the development of the Civic Center mid-block as described herein, including a public benefits agreement with California Community Housing Agency, District 1. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Modica, did you have any additional comments, or do you want me to go to the council?
Just thanks for the opportunity to present that. We just want to make sure that the deal is something the council understands. It is something new for us, but we think a lot of due diligence has been performed. We brought on third-party groups to also tell us and inform us on making sure that this deal is as good as possible for the city and for the development community. And we really appreciate our partners, Plenary, for bringing this deal forward and working very collaboratively with the city to address a lot of the questions that we had and put a good proposal in front of you. So we're available for questions.
I have a motion by Councilman Zendejas, second by Councilman Price. Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, at this time, if you don't mind, can we go to public comment before I give my comment? Please. Do we have public comment on this item?
Okay, I'll take over. I think the mayor stepped away. Do we have public comment here?
Yes, if there's any members of the public that would like to speak on this item, please press *9 or use the raise hand function. Alex C., you're our first speaker. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Alex Charon, representing Waterford Development. Sent a letter earlier today memorializing our support for this item. I think staff has done a great job in embracing, as we talked about last week when the policy was first brought forward, this concept of workforce housing. I think it's much needed and obviously checks a lot of the housing boxes from a policy perspective. We did send a letter voicing the support, but raised some concerns with some of the specific analysis done by HRNA, consistent with our comments last week. I think there's more of a distinction needed to be made by staff in these ground-up affordable housing or moderate housing projects as opposed to conversions. We appreciate staff's amenability and the council's direction to work with Waterford over the next 60 days to come back with some further refinements reflecting that, and hopefully have before you in that time the final strokes on the Cal State Long Beach teacher staff housing proposal, which also fits in this moderate income program. So again, Waterford is very supportive of the item tonight with those caveats, and look forward to discussing our Cal State project specifically with staff in the next few weeks. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ann Cantrell.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, wherever you may be. I sent a letter stating my concerns about this project. One of the first red flags is in the staff report where it says, previous efforts by Plenary to secure a developer have not been successful. I do not understand why you think that putting up a bond is going to make this project any more successful. I think the reason that they have not been able to find a developer is that most people would say this is not a project that's going to succeed. This is not geared to providing affordable housing. You have to make at least $70,000 a year. I'm more interested in providing low-cost housing, which I think is really needed in this city. And there's no mention of what happens if this project fails. And
Thank you. Our next speaker, telephone number ending in 3319. Your time starts now. You may begin.
Yeah, good evening. Could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Gus Torres, and I represent UA Local 250 pipe fitters, welders, and apprentices. And we're 6,500 strong, and we're in full support of this project. This project could be a great opportunity for good wages and benefits for everybody involved. And having highly skilled and trained workers that the building trade provides is a plus, not to mention all the much needed living spaces that it will create after it's built. So we urge you to approve this project. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sinai Kemfe.
Uh-oh. Somebody needs some vitamin A, B, C, and D, sounds like. With respect to this project, my only concern, well, I have several concerns. For one, this is publicly owned land, and I don't think that the public is getting a fair deal. Two, 90802 as a zip code, we have an overrepresentation of single adults. I am a single adult at this present time, but I am with the mindset of one day having a family. And I think that communities and neighborhoods foundationally start from that concept and premise. And these types of developments do not emphasize or reiterate what a neighborhood looks like. Long Beach, the beauty of Long Beach is that our downtown center has always had a family presence, and these types of developments don't secure that for the future. This area is represented by Juan Benitez, and as the most recent redistricting effort showed, his district lost over 3,000 children. Jenny Oropeza Elementary School is at a deficit. Stevenson Elementary School is at a deficit. And we continue to fixate on properties that are raising what the comps are in this area. We are not encouraging families to stay in the city. And
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anne Marie Ote.
Good evening. This is Anne Marie Odie. I'm representing the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council. We are strongly in support of the city moving forward with the development of the Civic Center mid-block. The ambitious makeover of the Civic Center is almost complete. We at the Building Trades are very proud that thousands of our highly skilled and trained men and women are building these projects. And this really includes more than several hundred Long Beach residents who have started their lifelong careers in the building trades. Speaking in particular to what the previous speaker just said, we think it's important and relevant that the new project does provide middle-income, affordable housing, which would help many of our building trades union members and their families, enabling our members who grew up in Long Beach and joined a trades union to stay here, raise their families here, and send their kids to the local schools. And I wrote that before the last commenter. This is the missing middle-class housing that every area desperately needs, and we're glad that Long Beach is taking the lead, promoting the well-being of hardworking middle-class families. According to the development agreement, this is a prevailing wage project. We do urge the authority and the city council to include a full project labor agreement on this project, which will enable us to continue to target Long Beach residents for hiring. It's a formula that's been successful to build the new library, city hall, port headquarters, and courthouse and park. We do urge you to include it on the Civic Center mid-block as well. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Francisco Guerrero.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Francisco Guerrero. I live in the 7th District. I am speaking on behalf of the Long Beach Union Carpenters Local 562. I'm a lifelong Long Beach resident. I have been a member of the Carpenters Union for 25 years. We are in support of the item 25 and in favor of moving this project forward. We're also supporting the developer that believes in using state-approved, skilled, and trained apprentices from our community. They will also use responsible contractors that pay a livable wage to its workers. They will have local hiring requirements for the city of Long Beach that will include the hiring of veterans. The members of Long Beach Carpenters Union Local 562 are eager to start and keep working near their home in their town, Long Beach. We at Local 562 thank you, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Corliss Lee.
Mute. Okay, hi. This is Corliss Lee. My greatest concern when I look at this is the complexity of it, that having a consultant come in and put something like that together, I don't think this should be a hasty decision. I would think that we should go out and get Ernst & Young, and at the very least, we should have our own city auditor be weighing in on this. I didn't see a report from her, and we pay her to do that. So, you know, we've had a number of financial boondoggles here lately with the Queen Mary and Community Hospital and now this situation. And I would just caution everyone to please don't be in a hurry and get all the information you can before you vote. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ray Lawson. Ray Lawson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Long Beach City Council, Mayor Garcia. Hey, my brothers and sisters, they said it best. I don't want to repeat their points, but hey, we got a thing called community wealth, where we encourage the young people that build in the trades to be able to work in the cities that they live. And with this affordable housing component that's in here, and also our skilled and trained workforce that once they graduate from a state-approved apprenticeship program, they'll be able to actually live in the city and say, hey, I built this project and I live here. They can have a career. It's not just a job, it's a career where they can raise their families, and the new park is being built. You know, we talk about recreating coming out of COVID, reimagining some of the future. And this is one of the things that we're doing here. We're reimagining the future. The council, the mayor is taking the first step. The developer is taking the first step in doing that and reimagining the future and actually putting action into words and not just talking, they're actually doing something there. So we believe that, yeah, when you support and we approve the issuance of these bonds, that this will be the first step of looking at a new Long Beach. We can be the example for the rest of the state, the rest of the country, and how we create jobs and careers and also a place to live for young people for the upcoming decades. So thank you for your time, Council. Thank you for your time, Mayor Garcia.
Our next speaker is Ian Patton.
Hello, Council. I find this item to be quite disheartening, to be honest. I would really encourage you to slow this down and look at it more carefully and get some additional analysis. I'm not saying that the HRNA analysis was lacking, but this is a $500 million deal to basically bail out $1 billion worth of construction loans on the original project. And we need to have a second opinion on this. We need to go out and see if there are other options. Plenary has not succeeded at finding a private developer for this site, which was supposed to pay for the whole project. And so I understand we're in a bind now and there's no easy way out. But considering the history of this, where we signed a 700 plus page contract for the Civic Center, and there was literally no financial model. There was a blank page. You can check out the contract in the appendix. It's like buying a house with no HUD statement. And now we're doing it all over again to try to paper over the fact that the private end of the public-private partnership is not succeeding here. So I think we need some more help with this. And
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good evening. My name is Stephen Donahue, and I'm a member of the Carpenters Local 562. I just want to express that I support this project, that it provides our skilled and trained workforce and our state-approved apprenticeship program the opportunity to live and work here in the city of Long Beach. And it also provides great jobs for our veterans, and the local hiring component is just an added benefit. Thank you for listening to me, and have a great evening.
Can we please have council turn on their cameras? Before we proceed to the next speaker, can council please turn on? Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Paul Moreno.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Moreno. I'm with the Ironworkers Local 433. And just wanted to let you know that we're in full support of this project. We have many men and women who reside in the beautiful city of Long Beach, and they love working in Long Beach. So we're hoping to keep them working in Long Beach. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, his telephone number ends in 9743. Your time begins now.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Garcia and fellow council members. My name is Tommy Pavai. I represent IBEW, Electrical Workers Local 11, and we're in full support of the item that's in front of you tonight, item number 25. This project, Plenary Group's project, has come a long way through the process. They've stepped up with the city, to pursue the government bonds so they can have access to issuance of these bonds for this project. We appreciate Plenary Group on committing a project labor agreement with Chris Hannon and the building trades, and also having prevailing wage included in this process. We look forward to the City Council on urging you to support this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for this item.
All right, so I don't have the queue system. I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Zendejas, then Councilwoman Allen. I'll give my comments and then just raise your hand on the screen and we'll go in that order. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm really excited about this project. I know it's been a long time coming, but I know that this is going to be so good as an affordable housing, well, as a housing advocate for the city and for many, many years. I am so excited to see so many units coming to this location, but I'm especially excited to see it go from 10% affordable affordable units to 100% affordable units, and that's a big deal. And that doesn't happen too often, so that's something that I'm really, really excited about. Also, parking is always an issue, so the fact that it's going to bring over 800, almost 900 stalls with this project, I think is also very important because parking continues to be an issue. It's really amazing to be able to support projects like this, and especially when we all work together to make something really good come forward. So thank you very much. Very supportive of this project.
Thank you, Councilwoman Allen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say I'm just really impressed, by this project. And as a downtown resident, I just think this has so much potential to transform that mid-block civic center even further. And I also think the project will meet a lot of our housing goals, as well as add more retail and commercial space. And I'm really impressed by the developer. I think he's done a lot of great projects, and particularly this one has a lot of community benefits that they've agreed to provide, including workforce housing for educators and promoting public transit, building community space, and also, which is really important to that area, is just enhancing security around the area. So I'm just very supportive of this project, as well as any middle income housing programs. I know they're new, but I do think that there'll be a good fit. It increases the affordable housing units from 10% to 100% middle income, which I think will provide a lot of benefits to the community, particularly to our workforce housing goals. So I'll be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll add my comments here. Thank you. I'll add my comments here. And Councilwoman Allen, that's your second, correct? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Vice Mayor Richardson, I had already seconded it. I think the mayor mentioned that before he jumped
Okay,
on.
I didn't hear that. Okay. You can go speak to the motion if you, I'm sorry. I just know it was Councilwoman Allen's district and transferred to Zendaya House. I just wanted to respect that.
I totally want to respect it. I totally want to respect it too, but since you don't have the queue system, I did try to text Councilwoman Allen to let her know that I had queued up. So I was just trying to, it's not an issue of respect. It's just, I didn't want to get lost in the queue. So
Certainly.
I'm happy to go after you if you'd like.
You can go now.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much to staff for the presentation. I really appreciate it. You know, I'm mindful that these particular projects that we're doing with this kind of financing come with some risks. And I just want to hear from city staff a little bit more about the risks and have you really articulate for us what those are before we embark on this partnership.
Thank you. We'll have Oscar Orsi try to answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Council Member. So as indicated in the PowerPoint presentation, there are some risks. It is a complicated financial structure. There is not much history on the long-term viability of these structures. But the way this deal is structured, it's first of all, it's consistent with the policy document that was brought to you at the previous meeting. And what they've done in order for, as an example, to reduce the risk of the foregone property taxes, they are providing a host fee that will make the city whole for its property tax revenues, number one. Number two, the bonds, as an example, will be amortized at the end of the life of the program, meaning that the principal and interest will be paid off. That way, when it does come to selling the property, if that's what the city elects to do, you are capturing or reducing the large level of debt that hopefully at the sale of the property, you'll be able to capture and use elsewhere, including but not limited to the extension of the buildings into middle income housing units. Also, as was discussed here, the property, the buildings will have affordability requirements and covenants to provide for some meaningful middle income reductions or inclusions, including RENA qualified units, which is something that is, I think, meaningful for the program. So we staff believe that with these efforts, including reporting requirements and other factors, requirement to have reserves, in other words, savings accounts, to be able to take on any maintenance requirements for the life of the bonds with the appropriate escalators. We feel that these provisions not only allow us to move forward and reduce the risk, but also provide, again, meaningful middle income units for the city.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And in terms of meaningful middle income, how many middle income units have we built in recent history in the city?
Councilmember, prior to the Ocean Air project, we, I believe, had built somewhere in the neighborhood of 39 units. And that's under the old cycle, housing element cycle, which was, I believe, 3% of our requirements. With this next cycle that you are familiar with, we are required to provide over 4,100 middle income units. That's not an issue for debate. It's a state requirement. It's not whether or not we believe in middle income and the funding or the income requirements or for the households. It is something that the state has indicated that we, the city of Long Beach, need to provide.
And so of the 580 or so, correct me if I'm wrong, but of those units, will they all qualify as middle income?
Potentially, yes. All not only just 120, but there's a bill that was approved that will allow us to be able to consider the TCAC standard units as middle income units. We do have the measures, the monitoring measures, the deed restrictions that we could potentially deploy for RENA eligibility, but we need to look into that further.
Would this type of financing structure impact the city's current credit rating in any negative way?
I'm going to defer with others, but at this point, my you know what? I'm just going to defer to either Kevin or our consultants that are online and available to answer questions.
This financing structure to the California Community Housing Agency will have no impact on the City of Long Beach's credit rating.
I'm sorry, did you say we'll have no impact?
No impact, zero impact. We're not responsible for the debt or the debt service, the principal or the interest. It's all on the JPA, the Joint Powers Authority.
Okay, I got it. And then one final question, actually two. The skilled and trained workforce that we've been talking about, that's not part of the PLA, but that's an agreement that the developer is agreeing to, correct?
Correct. That is an agreement by and between the developer and the PLA and the labor unions.
Got it. Yeah, similar to what we did at Second and PCH, I think. In terms of this project, this financing structure, I know it's dependent on a number of variables like property values. What happens if this project were to fail? What is the risk that the city is undertaking?
There is no risk to the city. Again, the owners of the property will be the Joint Powers Authority. They are the owners. They're responsible. They carry on the liability for the payment of the bonds, the repayment of the bonds.
Okay, so it's a JPA risk.
Correct.
Councilwoman, your time is up.
Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I'll just add my comments here. Good job to the development team, to staff for getting this project off the ground. I know there were some significant delays. We weren't originally planning to have affordable housing component on the project. Originally, it was a market rate housing and a hotel was the concept. I know with inclusionary housing, this would have required the 11% or whatever it is. So I'm glad to see that we're using this new tool to ensure that there's significantly more units that are available at an affordable rate, the middle income housing program. I'm also glad that we conducted the pilot program first and learned a lot from that and have put a policy on board over the past few weeks to make sure that we've thought through all of these questions that council's asking around risk. I'm certainly happy to see that the city is being made whole on property taxes, that there's no loss to the city in that regard. If anything, we're going to see some increases in terms of overall growth for the area because it's been significantly depressed in the years since the city hall's been closed, and so we'll see some economic progress there. This does help us with RENA. We still have a lot to do with other tiers of affordability, so we have to build more housing at different income levels. That's the way RENA works. So I'm glad to see that we are taking a step forward here, but there's still significantly more to do. I'm certainly glad to see, construction paves the way for jobs. And, I'm glad to see that we have so many people interested and invested in this project. I think, that was something really important to the council when we approved the Civic Center project, was to ensure that there was a project labor agreement with local hire, since it didn't automatically fall into the city's project labor agreement. So that was something intentionally that we called out. The last thing I'll say is just a question. Originally, when we designed this, there was a lot of connectivity between City Hall and Lincoln Park and the library. What have we done in the new design
to ensure that we still have that connectivity through that walkway, and that we still have some level of engagement or retail on the ground floor. Can we speak to that?
Yes, council member, and we can, if others can weigh in on it, that's great. But we do have the paseo still included in the design that will allow for folks to connect not only within the Civic Center complex, but also to our downtown area. And in the mid-block project, we will have opportunities for restaurant space, commercial space, and my personal preference is a grocery store within walking distance. So these items will still be included in this entitled project.
Well, that's great to hear. Certainly happy to hear that. I think a grocery store would be fantastic. I always hear that about lack of grocery in downtown. So that would be huge if you're able to land that. Thanks a lot. I see Christopher Kuntz, your hand is up.
Councilman, just on the design, we can follow up tomorrow with your office, but for those of you, when you're at City Hall and you look down that sort of broad, open spectrum, open courtyard, that courtyard will continue through the mid-block project, and then there's a view corridor through Lincoln Park. So you'll actually see all the way over into the light rail and sort of the greater downtown area. And that's meant to provide just visual transparency so that you see the exciting, the grocery store, the park, the places you want to go, but it's also meant to provide symbolic transparency because the City Hall and the park complex are open to the public, and we're visually demonstrating that through the landscape architecture that tie all these different projects together. So we have some great exhibits that we can share with you, and I can follow up with your office tomorrow.
That's great. And I know we talked about actually doing some monuments and some other like landmarking, carrying it, from the park to the City Hall. Was any of that preserved?
There's a history walk, local history walk with some art produced by local artists. It's not quite ready to show you, so we're polishing that up. And if you give us another 30 days, I think myself and Public Works would be glad to share that with you, Councilman.
Absolutely. That was one of the things, like all the neighbors across the city wanted to see some part of their local community tied in our civic center, and that's the way we represented that. Councilman Supernall.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to thank staff for the presentation, and in particular for answering some very complex and detailed questions from the 4th District. And I want to mention Christopher Kuntz was answering those questions right up to the council meeting and during the council meeting. So thank you for that. Because the questions are so detailed, inside baseball, if you will, I didn't want to read all of them, but I just wanted to mention one which I thought was very pertinent, and that is if staff can address this. So saying something should happen to the property in 15 years, what would happen to that covenant of non-market rate housing? My understanding that it stays with the project for 55 years. Can you comment on that?
Councilmember, that is correct. The units are deed restricted for 55 years. So if the project is sold at the 15-year or later mark, those units will be retained for RHNA qualified middle income units.
Okay, thank you for that. And just with the answer to all the questions, it's very apparent to me that staff has done all their due diligence and so I'll be supporting the project. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other hands up, and we've done public comment. So we can go ahead and go to a roll call vote on this.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
District 6?
Aye.
District 7?
Aye.
District 8?
Aye.
District 9?
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Let's have item 22, please.
Communication from Councilwoman Price, recommendation to increase appropriations by $3,000 to provide a donation to the Naples Improvement Association for the annual Naples Boat Parade.
Move.
Councilwoman Price?
Thank you. I've moved it. I asked my colleagues to support the item.
Fantastic. Is there a second? Just voice your second.
Okay, Councilman Morango, I see your hand. I acknowledge that as your second. Is there any public comment?
At this time, if any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please press star 9 or use the raise hand function. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Members, please let's do a roll call vote.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4? District 4? District 5?
I'm seeing thumbs up.
Yep, thumbs up.
Aye.
Received. District 6?
Aye.
District 7?
Aye.
District 8? District 9?
Aye.
Motion is carried.
All right, item 23, please.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to receive and file a one-year update on the implementation of the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Initiative citywide.
Great. I'm happy to make the motion and kick it to staff for a presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. So, yes, we do have a presentation for you. Our team has done a tremendous amount of work over the past year plus and culminated in a really comprehensive report that's in front of you tonight. So we will give you a summary, and I'll turn that over to Teresa Chandler and Alana Grant to walk us through it.
Thank you, Tom. So good evening, Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm really happy to be here in partnership with our newly appointed Equity Officer, Alana Grant, to share our Racial Equity and Reconciliation one-year update. We're really excited to share some of the work that has been done by our equity leadership team and champions from across the city departments. Though we have a long way to go, we have made a lot of progress with uplifting this work since the initiative was initially approved. We also don't want to proceed without making a formal acknowledgement that today is the first day of Black History Month. This initiative centered and amplified the Black community voices, and we honor this spirit as we lead racial equity work for the city of Long Beach. If we were to cover all the work that has taken place since the initial approval, it would definitely take us longer than 15 minutes. But to keep our conversation brief this evening, tonight we're going to walk through our implementation of the initiative, including the staffing infrastructure and some of the most prominent updates. We're going to walk through the reconciliation investments, share about some of the promising practices and challenges identified throughout the first year, and we'll take a look ahead at our 2-year priorities. In our initial presentation, we dove deep into how we got to this point as a city. As our city leadership, you all declared racism as a public health crisis and then put in a call to action for the city team to prepare the framework for reconciliation to put Long Beach in a position to address systemic racism. Ultimately, our vision is that race and ethnicity do not determine social and economic outcomes for those who live and work in Long Beach. This framework continues to support the way we move this work forward and holds us accountable not only to ourselves, but to the community at large. We continue to acknowledge, listen, convene, and catalyze in multiple spaces as we proceed with this critical work. As a quick reminder, Council adopted the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Initiative initial report on August 11th, 2020. Each of the 4 goals have anywhere from 3 to 8 strategies. Upon Council direction, we walked away with nearly 120 potential actions to support all of these strategies. Tonight's presentation highlights key updates within each goal and provides information on some of the actions underway.
The next few slides will explain how the Office of Equity organized staff to add capacity to our small but mighty team. I will also describe some of the tools we've developed to support city staff in understanding and operationalizing equity. So you all have seen our implementation structure in previous presentations. Today, we would like to highlight some of the changes to this infrastructure. First, we rebranded the Racial Equity Advisory Group to the Racial Equity Executive Team. We wanted the name to be reflective of our intentions for convening department heads. The executive team plays an active role in learning and implementing equity frameworks within their department. Additionally, workforce equity has emerged as a policy workgroup priority. Members will explore the feasibility of making recommendations to the city's personnel policies and procedures with support from the Civil Service and Human Resources departments and the City Attorney's Office. Lastly, rather than convening a large work group for communications, Office of Equity staff is working closely with the public affairs team to develop tools and strategies for equitable communications. We would like to provide a few in-depth updates on some of our work groups. So to achieve a future where race does not determine social and economic outcomes, accurate and specific data collection is critical to our decision-making. The Data and Performance Metrics Work Group began by creating an implementation strategy to address the proposed actions within the initial report, such as creating racial equity-centered benchmarks for our results-based accountability process, and developing equity profile snapshots that allow users to compare citywide population-level indicators across council districts. Over the last year, workgroup members supported the Technology and Innovation Department and Commission in researching best practices around the governance of facial recognition technology. Finally, workgroup members helped develop the Equitable Data Collection Toolkit, which works in tandem with the city's communications plan, the Equity Toolkit, Data Privacy Guidelines, and Digital Engagement Toolkit. Following the Government Alliance for Race Equity's theory of change, we first begin with normalizing conversations about race within the city organization. We do this to establish shared language and grounding for our work. The Internal Transformation Work Group consists of 1 to 2 champions from every citywide department. Champions facilitate Racial Equity 101 trainings and are actively involved in the Results-Based Accountability training series. We have a total of 41 champions, and over the last year, they completed 32 hours of capacity building workshops. They've also trained nearly 1,000 city employees, and currently 6 departments have fully trained their entire staff. The word cloud on this slide comes from the champions' responses to our Year 2 survey. When asked what 3 words they would use to describe being a champion, challenging, emotional, and important were among the top. These words underscore how impactful but how hard this work is. The framework for reconciliation began in response to an act of police violence. Consequently, community stakeholders pushed for the city to explore the creation of non-police civilian response teams. The Alternative Crisis Response Work Group became our first special project as this objective garnered support from City Council with LIBRA funding to pilot an alternate response program. The work group is developing recommendations for a non-police civilian crisis response team to respond to non-violent, non-medical, non-criminal calls for service related to mental health crises with technical assistance from the Harvard Kennedy School's Government Performance Lab. The work group plans to conduct stakeholder engagement with community members and service providers later this month, and we are hopeful to have a pilot model up and running by the end of the summer.
Next, we're going to walk you through some of the specific updates and accomplishments that fall under each of the goals. I'm sure you noticed that the one-year update is just as long as the initial report, and that's because there are so many actions to address. Our update focuses on implementing the immediate and short-term potential actions outlined in the initial report, as these items were estimated to require less than 6 months and between 6 months and a year for implementation, respectively. In the report, the updates are formatted in a table, just as you see on the slide. Updates were gathered from department leadership, racial equity champions, and other staff between July and December of 2021. Each potential action identifies a city department and/or work group assigned to the item. There's a status indicating whether the action item is completed, in progress, or not started. Over the last year, the implementation team and corresponding city departments began implementing 93 immediate and short-term potential actions and have completed 12 of the recommendations uplifted in the initial report by aligning existing resources, programs, and staff. In Goal 1, we are acknowledging that government has long been the creator and perpetuator of racist policies and practices, and it is our role and responsibility to proactively dismantle this systemic racism. To date, we have made the most progress in Goal 1 because we had to start internally in order to create a foundation to effectively uplift the actions outlined in Goals 2, 3, and 4. We've already talked about many of the accomplishments that are listed on the slide, but we want to take a moment to highlight one more, as well as some of the work that's in progress. Earlier this year, the council directed the city manager to work with the Human Relations Commission to update and expand its mission and scope to align with the recommendations from the initial report. The Equity and Human Relations Commission's name, purpose, functions, and membership were modified with stakeholders' input and approved by the City Council last fall. Financial management is working to transform the city's procurement processes to remove barriers for Black and other historically marginalized business communities by streamlining processes and policies, developing resources for internal and external stakeholders, and improving outreach. Racial Equity 101 is a staff-led training that provides a foundational understanding of racial equity. Though adapted from GARE, this training uses local data to contextualize inequities in Long Beach, and it explains the historic role of government in creating and maintaining inequities. The training also introduces the equity lens, which staff can apply to various elements of their work. Additionally, the Office of Equity is utilizing anti-racist results-based accountability, also known as RBA, to develop and operationalize racial equity action plans for the 21 citywide departments. These strategies will be specific and measurable, guaranteeing that we can monitor and evaluate our impact in the years to come. Alana is going to walk you through the steps of RBA framework later in this presentation. The actions outlined in Goal 2 provide an opportunity to systemically look at the local and economic barriers which perpetuate violence in communities and begin to address them. We are focused on moving upstream in order to address the root causes of violence and continue to expand on community safety efforts from a holistic place that includes a spectrum of city departments and cross-sector collaboration efforts. This goal also focuses on building a coordinated reentry network as well as a structural city investment in best practice and what works for community-based violence prevention and reentry. The Health Department is in the process of filling positions related to community safety and youth development. The Youth and Emerging Adult Strategic Plan, as you know, was adopted by Council last February. $50,000 of reconciliation funding was allocated for the Long Beach Advancing Peace Steering Committee in 4 place-based areas across the city, and $100,000 to contract with the nonprofit partnership to provide technical support to startup and small community-based organizations. Libra funding will be allocated to expand the violence interrupter model from Central Long Beach into North Long Beach. Staff concluded a landscape analysis of the reentry service network in Long Beach and drafted a report with recommendations to pilot a reentry integrated model. And the police department is working with human resources, civil service, and labor organizations to develop the roles and responsibilities of the community services assistants, which will be unarmed civilians trained to respond to nonviolent crimes.
Goal 3 comes directly from the Long Beach community calling for reimagining of police practices and assurances that none would disproportionately and negatively impact the Black community and communities of color. And so it takes a deeper dive into redesigning the police approach to community safety. One of these changes includes the Office of Constitutional Policing, with whom we meet regularly to coordinate implementation of the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Initiative. A few of the accomplishments and activities to highlight include the REACH team, which serves as an alternative response model focused on increasing access to services for people experiencing homelessness. In addition, the city is seeking to establish an alternate response model for nonviolent calls for service related to mental health needs. We previously mentioned this program during the work group updates. The police department is also developing a course catalog of trainings and professional development for officers to include topics related to procedural justice and racial equity. And lastly, the Technology and Innovation Commission has led discussions on regulatory approaches for the city's use of facial recognition technology. Our fourth and broadest goal is to improve health and wellness in the city by eliminating social and economic disparities in the communities most impacted by racism. We know that if we want to improve health and safety for all, we must look at the root of what creates opportunity. Things like economic justice, early child and youth development, housing, environmental justice, and more. Accomplishments and work in progress include structural funding added to the health department budget, which we will share on the next slide. The Parks, Recreation, and Marine Strategic Plan, which acknowledges that park equity is directly linked to life outcomes. Hiring 2 full-time positions to lead the Office of Youth Development in alignment with the Youth Strategic Plan. Allocating recovery funding to invest in health equity and economic equity, and $6.3 million to increase youth development through the Long Beach Youth Climate Corps program.
During the fiscal year 2021 budget process, in alignment with the framework for reconciliation, more than $3 million in one-time and structural funding was allocated to support communities most impacted by inequities. $1.5 million came from the funding sources such as Measure US, the CARES Act, and the Recovery Act. The $1.5 million you see on the screen is the structural funding that was allocated to support implementation of the initiative. The largest allocation was invested in the health department to increase the capacity to support some, but not all, the actions outlined in the report. Throughout the year, community grants and contracts have supported Black mental and physical health providers, planning with Latinx community stakeholders through the Mi Vida Cuenta initiative, vaccine outreach, support for reentry, youth social capital programs, early childhood education through the libraries, summer community engagement in parks, and training and capacity building. In addition to the goal area updates, we wanted to uplift the Long Beach Recovery Act, which provides one-time funding to support many of the objectives from the initial report, such as food security, youth programming, digital inclusion, early childhood education, business support, and housing, just to name a few. Reconciliation and our equity toolkit have equipped city staff to lead a smart and inclusive recovery over the past 18 months. This includes equitable access to COVID testing, vaccinations, and the administration of CARES Act and LIBRA funds. We are centering community in our program development and implementation. As we reflect on our first year of implementation, we believe it is important to uplift many of the promising practices and challenges we've encountered thus far on our journey. In naming them, we lean into the equity team's core values of humility and transparency, and we use these lessons learned to inform our priorities and next steps as we move the work ahead. Last year, the Department of Financial Management recruited employees to join a core team known as the FM Equity Advocates. The team's primary role is to build an inclusive culture to integrate the reconciliation potential actions across the bureaus. Financial management is one of 5 departments to organize an internal equity team in year 1. The other departments that demonstrated this as a promising practice include economic development, the Harbor Department's equity and inclusion champions, library services, racial equity committee, and the Water Department Equity Coalition. The library services audit is a strong example of applying an equity lens to our work, as it engages diverse communities and centered the recommendations on the community's distinctive needs to improve equitable access to library services and programs. Another promising practice we like to uplift is the Harbor Department's hiring of a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging consultant. The Port's consultant partnered with department leadership and key project leads to provide facilitation support and help shape internal actions regarding the initial report. We uplift this work as a promising practice because the Port is the first department to hire an external consultant to support their equity efforts.
The first challenge we name concerns leadership support and the prioritization of racial equity. As each department implements the initiative, we have observed champions and department heads navigating unique organizational cultures, varying capacities, resources, and priorities, all of which can affect implementation. That said, it is important to note that this work starts with buy-in and engagement at the top. We've done a great job of building capacity through our racial equity champions, and we are therefore prioritizing capacity building and engagement at the director level. Likewise, we look forward to continuing our council briefings to keep you all engaged in the initiative. During the past year, champions have struggled to balance the time needed for racial equity tasks with their assigned duties, causing many to experience burnout and feel unsupported. Ideally, we would like to reach a point where equity is fully baked into the city's day-to-day service and culture. So to further integrate equity into each department, champions are recruiting members of other bureaus to serve as part of their internal equity committee. Committees will provide additional capacity in the work to come. The initial report focuses on improving outcomes for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and other under-resourced communities through the equitable delivery of services, programs, and resources. To address the community-facing strategies, we have spent a significant amount of time on staff training and education. Looking ahead, we plan to balance our focus on internal infrastructure with external strategies. So this will be done through stronger communications and community engagement. From the inception of our country, government at every level has played a role in creating and maintaining racial inequity. Too often, racial equity efforts focus on the symptoms of inequity, acting as more as bandages that do not address the underlying root causes. Therefore, our results-based accountability methodology will help us develop race-explicit strategies to achieve equity for Black communities and communities of color, which in turn benefit all of us across the city. Leaving council tonight, our champions will continue to develop departmental racial equity action plans using RBA, or results-based accountability. To quickly walk you through this process, we begin at the top of the inverted triangle, looking at the results. All people in Long Beach are healthy, safe, and thriving. Next, we use population level indicators, low income, extreme rent burden, and life expectancy to help us measure whether we are meeting this vision. Champions are currently at the root cause analysis step, where they repeatedly ask, why is there a gap for Black people and people of color? And what city policies and practices are preserving this disproportionality? From this analysis, we identify the hot roots, or the things that the city can seek to change. And those hot roots inform the strategies or performance indicators each department will prioritize within their racial equity action plan. With those strategies, we will build in accountability measures to evaluate our impact and to adjust as necessary. So this slide summarizes all of the priorities we've discussed this evening: deeper engagement of city leadership and community, stronger communications, finalizing our racial equity action plans, and seeking resources to further support this work. So as you can see, the 136-page update that we provided all of you, there's really a lot of work. We had to use a lot of pages because there's a lot of work being done, and there's so much more to come. We're grateful for the ongoing support from our council and our mayor and our city team and our community members, and we look forward to moving forward with this work in all the years to come. So we thank you for your time this evening, and we are available for questions.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes staff's report, and we're really proud of the work that they're doing. Teresa and Alana get to present this tonight, but there's a whole group of our champions, of our department directors, of our managers who are really engaged in this work every single day, and we're very proud of what they do, and we'll continue to support them and move this forward. So we're available for answering questions.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Modica. Thank you very much. That was a great report. Thank you very much for that. I want to go ahead and have the queue back here. Councilmember Urenga.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank staff for a very thorough report. It's a lot of good work done there in regards to a real big challenge that we have, not only here in Long Beach, but in California and in the country as well. Very good aspects of it. I have a question regarding to the champions. It seems like the report really relies a lot on the reporting that these champions go through in terms of getting the data and the information necessary. They went through some training. How are these champions chosen? How are they trained? And do they get any kind of compensation or reimbursement or some other kind of benefit are they volunteers for volunteering to be a champion, or is it something that is done through another methodology?
Thank you. That's a good question. We're going to tag team on our responses this evening. So our champions, we do have 1 to 2 champions. The first initial commitment of the champions was 6 months. Many of the champions have rolled into the full year, but we have had some turnover. Champions were referred through a leadership team that was already established, from department directors, from managers across the city, and people that just showed interest in the work. So we do have a bit of a formal process for bringing people in, and they receive some training and support from the equity office directly. We were able to, this work is also worked into their regular work day, because all the directors are embracing this work, and so the departments, it's baked in, or baking it into the champions' work-life balance. Of course, we still have opportunities to grow in that space, but we're a work in progress. We also were able to provide the champions with bonuses this year for that work, and our hope is that we can continue to do so moving forward. So I'll turn it over to Alana.
Yeah, and just to quickly add, some of the champions were identified as members who previously participated in the GARE cohorts that the city also conducts as part of the a national network.
So are these bonuses going to continue throughout the process, or is there going to be a some kind of termination date? Is there a process like to either turn them over, or is there just an opportunity for these individuals to serve as champions for as long as they want or they can?
Councilmember, so those bonuses were identified through a one-time funding source. Ideally, we would definitely love to look at ways to structurally fund and support our equity work just across the entire city. So that's definitely something we hope to have your support with. Regarding the continuity of champions, we definitely do not turn anybody away who wants to engage in this work. Equity is a responsibility for all of us. That said, the champions who have opted to stay on are continuing to support and serve as champions. But by creating these racial equity committees for each department, we are bringing more people into the work so that we can better disseminate equity and the responsibility of this work across the city.
Well, I'm glad to see that all departments are being engaged in this process. I mean, that's where it starts. You got to change the culture in order to change the attitudes. So thank you very much for your report.
Thank you, council member. I know that I believe Vice Mayor Richardson, you made the motion at the start. Did you already make your comments on the motion, or did you want me to?
No, not yet.
Okay, so let me just go back to you since you made the motion, and then I'll go up and down the folks that have line queued up.
Great, thank you. Well, first, I want to just congratulate the team on a tremendous degree of progress. 105 out of 120 some odd items, progress on 105 of them. That's significant. I know also that you also had a lot of other critically important work to do at the same time. And I love to see that how this work influenced those significant things, like the distribution of pandemic resources, critically important, from testing to vaccinations, food security, all of those things we were confronted with since implementing this plan. And I've seen evidence of this work laced throughout all of that work. We also continued a lot of progress on our land use work, like UpPlan. That significantly advances equity, a lot of that work. So that's incredibly important. I know we've taken some significant steps on not creating some nonviolence response models, the REACH teams, looking forward to seeing that roll out. I also know that our efforts to localize mental health support are called out as priorities within this plan, and we're finally taking steps to localize mental health here. That's super important. I'm excited for the Office of Youth Development at the Ron RSL Equity Center. The Office of Youth Development and the Ron RSL Center directly called out within the reconciliation plan. The Youth Fund of Measure US. Huge advancement. I look forward to seeing that impact the lives of youth and youth serving organizations across the city. That's incredibly important. And the work that we're doing to establish this structure. The structure you set up is great with equity champions. I think the work within the police department is critically important about building trust with our police department and embracing community policing. That's absolutely critical. I love the new capacity, new infrastructure in place, Long Beach Center for Economic Inclusion, the Black Health Equity Collaborative, the Mi Vida Quinta Latino Health Equity Initiative. All of them have been incredibly active, super active throughout this year with health fairs and getting resources out of the community. So that's great. I also just generally want to comment that this is not easy work. It's important, but it's not easy. It's a shift in culture, like Councilmember Uranga said. It's a shift in the service philosophy of our city, a commitment to shaping a city where every neighborhood is healthy, safe, and thriving. That's great. Where every neighborhood, no matter your zip code, has an opportunity to thrive. We know that hasn't been the case, but that's a commitment. That's a commitment that the path forward will require acknowledgement of deep inequities, not being afraid of talking about race, looking at data, the issues that have plagued our communities for a long time, from poverty to deep inequities on health and economic inequity. Those are outcomes of largely human-based decisions, land use decisions, environmental decisions that we made, things like redlining and yellow lining and where freeways are built. We're dealing with that result today. So when I explain it to residents and they say, hey, can you kind of sum up what this equity work is really about? To me, I use the analogy of a garden. If you have a garden, that garden, in order to bear fruit, is going to need some level of nourishing and nurturing. But if that garden is starved of water, lack of care, it takes on some bad characteristics. In our communities, that might be crime, might be poverty, some of these characteristics. But you can't simply just turn on the spigot and expect for the garden to bounce right back. You got to reinvest into the very soul. You have to re-sow the garden in order for it to bear fruit. It will take care. It's going to take smart planning. It's going to take resources. It's going to take leadership. Those are the types of things to truly achieve equity in the city. So to me, it's about building a modern and resilient city. Doesn't happen overnight. Neither did the transition away from harassment, the culture of harassment in the workplace. That took years of training. It took years of capacity building. And so, I would say a city that has a robust infrastructure around harassment culture is probably a stronger, more resilient city. I would say the same thing about creating anti-racist, inclusive cities, which is the city that Long Beach strives to be. And so, I want to thank all the staff for all the work you've done. I know that you called out things that still needed to be done. It's important to do that. It needs to be named. There's certainly more to do. And I want to thank the 41 equity champions across the city and the new Equity and Human Relations Commission, all of you for doing a great job. They're significantly more focused, but continue to help, chart this culture shift within our city. I think our city would be better off for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let me go to the rest of the list. I have Councilmember Sahra.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to add to my thanks to the team, Ms. Chandler and Grant, for the comprehensive presentation and making sure that you did kind of come through the report to making sure you report back on all the goals. And I also want to make sure to thank Katie Balderas, who had recently left, for her hard work and going through the listening sessions, as well as getting to this, helping to get us this report as well. And thank the equity champions. I think it's a lot of work. It's a lot of brave work to be able to kind of be that person to make sure that you're being conscious about how do you bring the conversation about race and equity to the forefront, and to be that representative for your department and the city. I want to make sure to just acknowledge how far we came, right? It's so much has happened and so many difficult conversations had occurred. And there was a lot of pain involved in this discussion and creating this framework. And I just really want to make sure that we're moving that I see this report back as a healing process and a process that we're taking towards solution, that we're not stuck on, the problems, and that we're able to really kind of move together collectively and how we think about working towards solution. And that is really where it's about collecting data. It's about really being able to see what's happening on the ground when we talk about inequity into numbers, right? We're talking about numbers we're collecting around poverty numbers to unemployment numbers, and breaking them down also, I like to see in race, because then we'll see a clearer picture once we're able to really dig in what those roots problem are. We want to be able to then think about those solutions. And I know that this report back was demonstrating those steps towards it. And I really appreciate it and really look forward to continuing on that journey, because it gives me hope as a representative of the 6th district that has one of the higher rates of people living in poverty and violence, right? It gives me hope that And it lifts up my heart to know that we're able to work towards a solution to be able to address this collectively together, and to give people hope in the district too, that we're not sitting down and we're thinking about it all the time. Staff is thinking about it. So we're always thinking about how can we do better as a city. And that's what I want people to leave with when they think about this equity, this framework for equity and the solutions that we're working towards. It is, in the end of the day, how do we make sure that we're overall making our city a better place to live, work, and recreate, right? Thank you.
Thank you, council member. I have council member Super on next.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to thank staff for a great presentation. Teresa Chandler, your usual stellar job. Thank you. I also want to mention Alana Grant and say congratulations on your promotion to equity officer. I think this is your first presentation to council as the new equity officer, and you did an incredible job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is I have council member Urango.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. I just did not bring down my hand.
Okay, great. I just I want to thank staff for the report. I know many of us have been receiving briefings and updates on the progress, and I agree with a lot of what was been said. I do have I thought, Mr. Modica, I thought it would be good. I know we have a presentation coming to the council about the CPCC reforms and conversation that's happened at Public Safety Committee and community forums. That's been a big part, I think, of this report. I know that it's in the report as one of the kind of key recommendations, and I think there's been a lot of conversation in the community about what the next steps are. So while I know this is coming in front of the council, I believe, for some recommendations for some of the outreach that's happened in the community meetings, can you provide the council a framework of the kind of CPCC process and how it relates to the rest of the framework?
Sure. So you raised a really good point. The report's over 130 pages long, and tonight we did a 15-minute presentation of kind of themes and certain items. We did not get into every single item, and then a lot of that is in the report itself. I also want to make sure we remember that in December we talked a lot about the police-specific reforms, and so we really focused on a heavier presentation on those in December. And then in February we're going to be coming back February 15th on the CPCC. So that recommendation was, it's gone through an outside consultant. We brought on some experts to really do a lot of listening and then come up with some different ideas and concepts. They did some initial revealing of their recommendations, kind of the framework back in December, and did some community meetings. They'll have their final report done fairly soon, and that'll be on your agenda. We're shooting for February 15th to talk both about what can be done under the current structure and then what are the options for a ballot measure, which is one of the items in the reconciliation report, and get that to council so we can start on the meet and confer, and if we want to go towards a ballot measure, getting ready for November 2022.
Thank you. I know that a lot of folks on the council and the community are looking forward to that full representation. But I want to thank everyone who's been working on that. I know it's a big initiative happening at the city. I do want to also just take a second to thank not just all the champions and the equity champions, but also the Office of Equity. I know that we've had some changes as well, but just to our former team and the new team that's transitioned in, just really great work. And I just want to thank them individually for just continuing to think about equity across all of our city departments. And really to serve as models for the rest of the country as they're also doing and engaging in this work. So a huge thank you to them and to everyone in all of our city departments that are doing this work. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I had already queued up, but realized I hadn't. I just want to say thank you so much to staff, to Alana, to Teresa for all the incredible work that they've done on this, the equity. It's been a tough road. I know that because I remember where we were when we first began, and it was so difficult and so really, really intense and very heavy on all of our hearts. But I agree with Council Member Sorrow that we must, move forward and we must really focus on what we're doing from here on and correct things and really emphasize on making positive impact for our community to be able to grow from there and thrive. So I'm really excited about that. I also loved everything in the presentation. I think that that's great. I'm really excited to have Mi Vida Cuenta as part of an initiative on this also. And I think that um, one of the things that is very, very important is our equity champions. I mean, I can't thank them enough for their role. I think that they've done some amazing work and really, really had to really get deep down in it. And I think that, you know, um, I think that they're very, very important of the success of this. And so hopefully, we can find some structured funding to be able to provide for them and be able to show them how much we value them as we move forward. And so, because this is a very, very complex but very necessary step to take. And so, to all the champions. Thank you very much, and to the staff for doing a fantastic job. Alana, like Council Member Supernal said, you did great on your first official big presentation on this. Congratulations. And we cannot forget about Katie and all the work that she put into this too. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I do have some people queued up. Councilwoman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Teresa and Alana for your presentation tonight, and also for providing us a briefing along the way. I really, really appreciate that council offices are being brought to the table regarding citywide initiatives so that we can all weigh in on the things that are important to all of us beyond just the greater efforts. I love that you called out specifically the library efforts that we've made in response to the city auditor's audit. I know that Councilman Uranga and I have both been really involved in that. And I think it's great that you guys called it out here, and that was very important. And I'm hopeful that as we move forward with next year's budget, the city manager is able to prioritize some of the items that we requested on our agenda item that we brought to council that resulted in a finding that those additional items were going to be significant cost to the city, but still they're very important for the future of our library system. I think we really have to start thinking about the way that we utilize our library system and the importance of access and what we can do to try to incentivize and encourage residents to continue to use our library system. So I appreciate you guys covering that specifically. I think that's really important. And I know that the city manager mentioned the work of the police department that was highlighted in their own presentation on this topic, but I do know that when Councilman Supernaw and Councilman Austin and I were on the Public Safety Committee along the same time that we were working on some of these policies and initiatives, we talked at length about some opportunities for adoption of best practices by the police department. And the police department has been completely 100% supportive of taking on additional best practices. And I just want to point out, I know that the police department mentioned it before, but I want to highlight again that the participation in Georgetown Law School's ABLE program is a huge thing for our city police department. I know that they are working to make sure they have the funding to do that and have interviewed for that. But as someone who is in the criminal justice reform space every day, that program is getting a lot of accolades in terms of top-down management training that changes culture and helps integrate best practices into our police departments, especially when we're talking about bystander liability, bystander responsibility. And that's just been a huge, a lot of progress made in that program. So I'm glad that our police department will be participating in that. And I just want to thank you guys for the report. And I look forward to the February 15th meeting where we talk about changes to the CPCC. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Uranga.
Yeah, something just came to mind in regards to the police department. Now that you brought that up, was the fact that there was a constitutional committee or something like that in the police department. Are we going to be getting an update on that eventually?
Sure. So the Office of Constitutional Policing is it's on its way. So they are actually bringing on more staff to the team. I think they are taking on more initiatives. We work very closely with the Office of Constitutional Policing. They are great partners with us, and especially focusing on our goal 3 of the initiative, that we are walking hand in hand through these concepts together and initiatives or items. We also have the Office of Constitutional Policing online if you have more questions, but if you wanted a specific update from them, I'm sure we could talk to them about providing one later on.
Yeah, that was my only request, would be that maybe we could get some kind of report later on down the line, and in terms of the work they're doing and what are the expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thanks. Just 2 things. One, I'm kind of embarrassed I didn't congratulate Alana Grant on her first presentation. Congratulations, Alana. I think you did an incredible job on the presentation. Secondly, I think, thinking back to the presentation, I think 2 weeks ago on homelessness, when I talked about the population of our chronic homeless being 46% Black. I think, at one point it was a culture where we wouldn't lean in and talk about race. But I think it's important, particularly to justify this work with the public by using data points like that. It's important to have a culturally appropriate response when we take on issues that everyone cares about. There's great agreement on the issue of homelessness, but I think some would say, the way that we address it, given the significant over representation of the Black community, is to lead in with folks like the newly established Black Health Equity Collaborative, and to make sure that there are community groups that have a similar shared background, help do a lot of the engagement in the work, and that you also acknowledge that there's alignment between the homelessness and the poverty work that we're talking about and that we're doing here in the city. And so I just wanted to lift that up between last presentation, this presentation, and given today's Black History Month. It's important that we acknowledge these things so that we can do a better job in the future at addressing them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Austin.
Thank you. And I want to also just salute our staff for their presentation, which unfortunately I had to miss. I had to step away. But I read most of your staff report, and I want to just say the accountability after 1 year and the progress is something that we should salute and celebrate. We are making great progress here in the city of Long Beach in the areas of racial equity and inclusion with our reconciliation initiative and much of the work that has gone into it. And I think that is a credit to obviously our city management team, Tom, working with Teresa and Alana Grant, having a dedicated staff who truly believe and are passionate about this work. I think that there's evidence in the presentation, but also the staff report and the work that is actually continuing here in our city. Obviously a big piece of that work was also, policing and changing policing. There was a mention regarding the Office of Constitutional Policing. Councilmember Price also mentioned, many of the reforms that have kind of gone in place as a result of, council direction, but also listening to our community as well. I'm looking forward to the CPCC presentation. Obviously, a former chair of that commission, somebody who served on the commission. I'm looking forward to the recommendations and actually going fully vetting those recommendations from a consultant who has been working with our community for some time. And also, I just want to, point out the fact that, we also as a city council have, made some bold moves toward accountability and transparency in policing, and saying that, we want to be a leader. And so, the move that we made to join and partner with the Lewis Registry at USC, I think should also be noted here, as we as a city have demonstrated great commitment to the issues that have been communicated to our council by our residents, but also, just understanding, where we are in terms of, the policies that need to be moving forward. So with that, I just wanted to just lend my voice and congratulations and appreciation to our team for their great work, and understand that they will continue to do this, and they have my full support moving forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do we have public comment?
Yes, at this time, if there's any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or use the raise hand function. And our first speaker is Sinai Kenfe.
Hello?
Please go.
Hello?
We
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, city staff. Excellent report. I read all 136 pages, although to be fair, it really is about 120 pages, and then you guys kind of overlapped it with the equity toolkit, but I know that's just city staff trying to make sure our engaged council is keeping up with these reports. That being said, I think what the Office of Equity and the City Manager's Office has been able to do with this document is essentially provide an infrastructure plan for the future of the city of Long Beach with respect to equity and race relations. And it's up to the culture, as Council Member Uranga stated. It's up to the culture of the city staff and bureaucracy and just as a whole, and to develop into a progressive future. Okay, so that was the positive, right? Now we got to get to the meat and the bones of it. I have an issue. I have to be honest. I have an issue because I don't really see in this document, I see references to BHEC and other groups, which I love them, and everyone, Dr. Amber Johnson, everyone involved, April Parker, Sharon Jackson, everyone involved. That said, I have issues with this report because I don't really see funding pipelines towards Black-led organizations and groups. And to be clear, as Ms. Chandler referenced, the city takes responsibility for its part in systemic racism with respect to life here in America. Okay, I understand that. But if we're trying to create solutions, we have to create financing structures of opportunity for Black-led organizations to deliver with respect to our communities. It's not enough that there's carve-outs, one-time carve-outs with respect to things like a food crisis or a food desert. I live in 90813. 1 out of 3 people in my zip code is living under the poverty line, and it's overrepresented. Even though my ethnicity is an underrepresented group now, we're overrepresented. I think, as Vice Mayor Richardson referenced with regards to the homeless report from a week ago. So unless there's financial funding pipelines for Black-led organizations, this is just something that's going to be perpetual. And I would rather that we, as a city and as a community, provide if I accept as a Black community, we don't have capacity, but we need the city structure to help us build capacity so that we can be the architects of our own future and not be opportunities for charity and aid as it currently shows. That being said, this infrastructure helps us. We just need you as a city to really extend the dollar towards Black-led organizations. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elsa Tung.
Hi, good evening, City Council.
I actually don't have prepared remarks today, which is kind of a new thing for me. But yeah, I just wanted to, well, first of all, I'm in District 5 now, sad to leave District 7. And then secondly, I just wanted to formally and through public comment, congratulate Alana Grant on the becoming the equity officer and doing this presentation. And also many thanks to Teresa Chandler and the whole Office of Equity team. There's a lot to digest. Unlike the previous speaker, Sinai, I did not read all 136 pages. But what I am incredibly encouraged about is the city's use of the anti-racist results-based accountability framework. I have personally worked with the city's consultant that's called Equity and Results, the team of Theo and Erica. And I love them. I'm super encouraged that the city is working with that team and using this anti-racist results-based accountability framework to go really deep into the root causes and therefore solutions. And then lastly, I just want to support the comments of the previous speaker, Sinai Kenfe, in terms of building pipelines for funding for Black-led organizations. Thanks so much.
Our final speaker is Dave Shukla.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to Ms. Chandler and Ms. Grant for that wonderful presentation. So that you can better assess and make up your own mind about what I have to say next. A couple of quick points. I'm a son of this city. The I in that statement need not refer to Dave Shukla. Third point, there are few things more racist in the history of California over the past 140 years than the division of oil knowledge and oil monies. Fourth point, the passage of this framework and initiative in August of 2020 was not without its own inequities. And five, we need a Black Supreme Court justice, female Supreme Court justice already. Okay, at 7:49 p.m. This evening, there was talk of a coalition. Which coalition, please? At 7:50 p.m., the port is hiring a consultant. That should be a full-time staff, JEDI staff, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion staff. 7:51 p.m., we want to have equity baked into the city. Baked in like oil and gas. I think we need to call the question on the mission of the city. At 7:54 p.m., did the feedback in the audio mean that Robert Garcia and Rex Richardson are in the same room? 7:58 p.m. Now this is friendly, but the goal should not just be to disseminate, but it should be to transmit this data, these practices, and these results. Now, written notes, comments on the report and presentation I can email, but with what little time I have left, I'd like to briefly explain some of my comments back in August of 2020. Basically, without getting too deep into it, sort of details and all that, I was being asked to betray myself. And that's not what I'm about. I left graduate school to do a thing. And a guy like me, he picks his dates, he picks his moments, and today is that day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes, I think, public comment. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
That is correct. Public comment is over.
We're going to go back to Councilwoman Allen because I believe that she may have queued in and I didn't call on her.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I just also just want to say thank you, Teresa, and thank you, Alana, for this just incredible, informative presentation. I know this was a lot to take in, but as a council member who was not on the diocese during the 2020 process, just the holistic nature of all of this just amazes me. And I'm sure that it hasn't been easy. I saw in the report some issues like burnout that you've had to overcome, and it still persists. So I just want to say just thank you for your hard work. Overall, what I see is a rigorous examination and progress. And I know that the progress of ensuring that equity as part of all our decisions is something that's going to take years of sustained effort. I just look forward to the periodic updates on our progress and any recommendations that you have, both internally for our city team and externally for our whole community. So just thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. That concludes the comments on the report. There's a motion and a second. Members will do a roll call vote.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5? District 6?
Aye.
District 7?
Aye.
District 8?
Aye.
District 9?
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 26.
I don't think my eye was recorded, City Clerk. E5.
Received. Thank you. Item 26, report from financial management, recommendation to receive and file the results of the user fee and cost recovery studies for the Energy Resources and Public Works Department, citywide.
So, Mr. Mayor, we've done this several times with the council over the last probably 2 years, where we pick a department and we go through and we do a really in-depth analysis of the fee structure, of what a service costs and what a fee should be set at, and determining the right subsidy level. And so we do have a presentation for you tonight. We have gone in-depth into public works and energy resources. You're not adopting or approving any fees tonight. Tonight is the ability to get informed on the work, to ask us questions, to raise any concerns you have, and then we'll come back in April with the actual fee increases and changes. And so I will be turning the presentation over to our finance team to walk through it with the departments.
Great. Thanks, Tom. This is Grace. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. As Tom mentioned, this is our second round of the citywide fee study and has been completed for 2 departments, Public Works and Energy Resources. And as Tom mentioned, there are no actual changes to the master fee and charges schedule being proposed tonight. But again, the purpose of today's presentation is to provide you all with an overview and an opportunity to make comments, and we will come back for formal approval on April 12th. So with that, I will pass it over to Geraldine Alejo, our revenue officer, who will be first providing a general background on fees and the citywide fee study. Then we will turn the presentation over to Public Works and Energy Resources, who will each go over the highlights of their department study findings and their recommended fee changes.
Thank you, Grace. If I can get next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. As a reminder, fees and charges include 2 types of categories: user fees and regulatory fees, both of which are included in the citywide master fees and charges schedule. Rent and penalties are also included in master fees and charges schedule for convenience, but are not subject to the cost of service limitations. Next slide. User fees and regulatory fees may not exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service or program. City policy requires that fees are set at the cost of service, except where there is a greater public benefit using a lower fee. As the department presentations will highlight, this includes pandemic-related financial hardships and maintaining and encouraging access to popular services. Next slide. The city currently has routine processes in place to ensure that fees are reviewed and updated regularly. To capture annual cost increases, the city implements an annual inflation adjustment based on city cost increases called the City Cost Index. The master fees and charges schedule is adopted each year with the budget, with any proposed changes by the departments and CCI updates. Mid-year adjustments are also periodically submitted to City Council. The next citywide fee adjustment letter will be presented to City Council on April 12th. Next slide. Each fee adjustment council letter includes an estimated revenue impact from proposed fee changes. The revenue impacts are theoretical and may not necessarily result in a budgeted revenue change by the same amount. Any adjustments to actual budgeted revenues must be evaluated holistically and consider a variety of factors, such as the stability and certainty of the revenue source, as well as whether the department is meeting its current overall budgeted revenue commitments. This review and update is typically part of the overall budget development process. Next slide. Next slide. As a reminder, in fiscal year 19 and at Council's direction, staff initiated an updated citywide fee study. Each department study will identify and review the fees charged, calculate the full service cost, determine subvention rates by comparing fee revenue to the full cost of service, and provide recommendations for fee levels or structures. Next slide. This is a multi-year project, and the project continues to move forward with city manager departments anticipated to be completed by the end of 2022. The first round concluded in fiscal year 21 and covered development services, parks, and a portion of health. The second round includes energy resources and public works, who will be presenting study findings and department recommendations today. The third round is in progress and includes fire, city manager, and the remainder of health and human services. Preliminary results and department recommendations are anticipated for summer 2022. Next slide. The consultant applied a consistent methodology across all department studies. Cost components are based on the 21 budget and include direct costs and indirect costs. The cost components are then included into a fully burdened hourly rate per position. The allocated cost is determined by multiplying the fully burdened hourly rate to the staff time spent to support a service. After the fully allocated service cost is determined, it is compared to current fee revenues to identify the subvention rate by service. Next slide. This table is a summary of the cost recovery and subvention rates per department and shows that the city is under recovering for calculated service costs by $2.4 million. More information will be included as part of the department presentations, with costs and subvention rates reported at general service categories or areas. Next slide. The departments have reviewed the results of the studies and have fee change recommendations. The majority of department recommendations align with the study, but do deviate in some cases based on prioritizing different goals other than full cost recovery, as I noted earlier. These factors will be noted as part of each department presentation. Next slide. The departments will share more information on the recommendations, but to summarize here, the first table is a summary of the department's FY22 mid-year recommendations, which include no changes to current fees, rate increases and decreases, new and revised fee structures to align with services, and finally, there are fee deletions related to revised fee structures, as well as cleanup to fee schedules for services no longer provided by the city. The department recommendations are anticipated to result in a theoretical annual revenue impact of $334,777, which will be reviewed during the budget process and will vary based on usage and market or economic conditions. Next slide. This concludes this overview. I will now turn it over to Joshua Hickman of the Public Works Department for an overview of study findings and the department's recommendations for fiscal year 22.
All right, good evening. Thank you for that overview, Geraldine, and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The next slide, please. Perfect, thank you. The fee study before you here tonight is really focused around the public works fees that are recovered based on the cost of services provided. So this study does not include fees related to refuse, which are being studied separately as part of another effort, and other fees that are not determined based on cost of services. Next slide, please. So the study is broken down into 4 different groups, and overall the current fees are below the cost of service provided. Note the one exception is traffic engineering services, which will dive into a little bit further on a future slide. Next slide. In aggregate, taking into account the fee increases, the decreases, and the percentage of cost recovery that Geraldine had mentioned, theoretically, the recommendations, if approved, could have a positive revenue impact of over $400,000. Next slide, please. So a couple key items that we want you to consider. The proposed changes further enhance and streamline our plan check and permitting and inspection efforts that have been underway for the last couple of years. The commonly requested items that we receive, such as curb painting, have been added, and the costs have been spread out over the next 3 years to avoid a steep increase, given the importance of these items to the community. And finally, want to highlight the traffic control plan review fee is separate from the plan check fee as currently outlined in the current fee schedule. This recommendation will reflect the true cost of services, which are actually higher than the cost of service today. Next slide, please. So roughly a quarter of the fees are recommended to be decreased based on processing efficiency since the last study. A quarter are recommended to be removed to align with the current business practices. And you can see a couple examples here on the slide. Next slide, please. Another quarter are recommended to increase for full cost recovery. And then approximately the last quarter of the fees are new fees or a restructure to existing fees to better align with today's current operations and to continue providing the critical services to the community. Next slide, please. So in summary, if the recommendations are approved, the Public Works fees will be in line with or slightly lower than other local agencies. And this concludes the Public Works portion of the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tony Foster with Energy Resources so he can move forward with presenting his portion of the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here with our Utility Services Officer, Lisa Martinez, to present a brief overview of the Energy Resources Department Cost Recovery Fee Study results. Next slide, please. We'll keep it on this slide. Currently, Energy Resources lists 81 fees on the master fees and charges schedule. 75 of those fees are reviewed under this cost of services study. The remaining 6 fees were not included in this study because those are not what we call customer-facing fees, but are rather related to internal administrative fees that do not impact costs to gas utility customers or ratepayers. The subject fees being discussed here fall across 4 service categories: construction and pipeline, gas services, engineering and construction, and utility services call center. Of these fees, the overall department cost recovery is 85%. Therefore, subvention currently falls at 15%. Next slide, please. Okay, this matrix illustrates cost recovery and subvention rates at current levels across the 4 service categories by revenue and by percentage of total service costs. Across all 4 categories, the total calculated cost of services was $9.8 million, of which $8.3 million was collected, yielding a subvention of $1.5 million, or 85% recovery. This is the first time to our knowledge that a fee study of this type has been performed. So as you can see, the cost of recovery by service categories are not uniform. Next slide, please. All right, based on the Energy Resources cost recovery fee study results, staff recommends proceeding with 56 rate changes in order to recoup costs and maintain operational needs. If all of the study recommendations were to be accepted, the estimated theoretical revenue impact is $80,675. In other words, Energy Resources would collect roughly $80,000 more than it currently collects. However, Energy Resources staff emphasized that this theoretical increase would present a hardship for many of the gas utility customers and ratepayers and support a partial acceptance of these recommended changes. The recommended total theoretical impact based on partial acceptance of the recommended changes is projected to reduce subvention to $104,525 based upon certain assumed variables, such as the number of certain services or projects undertaken. In other words, based on the partial acceptance of the recommendations, if the projected number of projects and services is accurate, energy services subvention losses fall to $104,000. Next slide, please. Again, full cost recovery is not being recommended for all fees, as some relate to utility ratepayers, and department staff strongly believe that increasing these rates would cause a hardship to our customers during the rebound period from the COVID-19 pandemic and should therefore be delayed. The decision to proceed with changes to 56 fee items is based on infrastructure and operational needs as identified by this study. It is related to new construction, engineering projects, gas meter purchase and installations driven by requests for new services. For example, a contractor or developer's request for new gas services. Next slide, please. The next two slides summarize energy resources staff recommendations by change, which, for example, increase, decrease, no change, and so on. So let's look at no change. Of the 17 fees recommended not to change, 8 in the gas services and utility services were validated as accurate and are currently at cost recovery. 9 gas services and utility services fees are recommended by staff to hold at current levels for the future, i.e. post-pandemic, for review by staff and present.
Oh, Tony, I think you got muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's odd. So let's just start going with slide 30 here, if that's okay with you. So for the fee decrease, 3 fees in the engineering and construction services are recommended to decrease to better align with cost recovery and operational need. 16 fees in the gas services segment are recommended to increase to better align with cost recovery and operational need. And 35 fees across all energy resource gas service areas are recommended for restructure to better align with the provision of service. And the detailed breakdown of these fees are presented in the attachment B2. Next slide. The Energy Resources Department's rate structure does not easily compare across utilities in other jurisdictions. A primary reason for jurisdictional uniqueness is due to the specific policy goals and objectives of each city or utilities governing body. And it's important to note, however, that Energy Resources does consider consumer utility costs as they relate to the Southern California Gas Company to ensure fair and equitable rates. Specific fees are not compared to SoCal Gas, as Energy Resources is a municipality as opposed to an investor-owned utility, and therefore mandated to follow specific local and state guidelines. And this concludes our report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Tony. So to wrap up this presentation, in summary, 3 key points. The city is generally under recovering for costs based on the study done for Public Works and Energy Resources. These 2 departments have proposed recommendations that generally align with the study's finding for full cost recovery. Exceptions to full cost recovery is based on the prioritization of other goals, such as residents' needs and the ability to pay, and maintaining access to popular city services. And lastly, the theoretical revenues potentially generated from the proposed fee changes will be evaluated and included as appropriate as part of the proposed budget process in line with our financial policies. And again, we'll come back. We're scheduled to come back April 12th, where City Council can officially adopt these changes at that date. This concludes the presentation, and Geraldine, the departments, and I are available for questions.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Uranga. Can I get a second, please? Second by Councilmember Sorrow. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor. During the presentation, I guess some of my questions were answered in regards to where we stand with a market study in terms of where our fees lie compared to our competitors or our neighboring cities. Are we competitive? Are we in line? What's the status of our fees as compared to those of other jurisdictions? be Geraldine or?
Yes, council member. Each department presentation included the comparison to comparable jurisdictions. And in it, we found that we were generally in line, but it will depend on particular services or areas that you are inquiring about. So if you had a specific area as part of this presentation, we'll be happy to have the departments answer that.
Service calls as an example.
So for example, gas
turn off, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
We're not changing those, right?
Yeah, those remain the same. And in short, they are comparable to other jurisdictions. In our case, Southern California Gas Company. It's a careful analysis because while the city charter does mandate that our rates are comparable to their rates do bake in some cost of services like turn on, turn offs, as you mentioned. Ours do not. So it's not quite apples to apples, but we are mindful of equitable charges for our services.
Okay, what do you see as the challenges in the future as we continue with this pandemic? Should it go on another year or even possibly two?
That's a great question. You know, the state is not giving much guidance as to when we can end moratoriums. In a recent memorandum that's coming to you, we plan to end our moratoriums against shutoffs no earlier than June of this year. So with that, you know, as our arrearages continue to grow, you know, we need to try to be mindful of maintaining operations. And it's going to be a balancing act to make sure that we're mindful of hardships to customers, but being whole as a gas utility. So we'll just move forward cautiously. We're awaiting some assistance from the state in terms of mitigating some of those arrearages. And then when we can finally return to the end of moratorium and have a tool to encourage payments, we'll be in a better position to evaluate what total cost of services will be.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. So I definitely understand why we need to make sure that we are evaluating if our fees are, you know, ensuring that we're breaking pretty much a balance of being even and not, but at the same time, it's always hard when we have to increase fees, especially when it's things like, you know, that impacts the quality of life of our residents. That could range from, you know, parking permit, driveway parking permit, to, you know, driveway tip repaint and all of that. So I'm just wondering how would we go about making sure that the fees, like some of them, they're increased by almost 50%, if not some higher. And there's some I see too where it's recommended to lower a fee. So I'm just wondering, at what points do you decide, hey, we're going to maybe break those costs out over a number of year? Or like, for example, is it 50% threshold that you say, well, we're going to break them up into 2 years increment of how we increase it 25% one year and then 25 the next? So I'm just wondering how would we go about making sure it doesn't impact people's kind of shock in the fees changing, and also making it kind of palatable for residents?
Well, with regard to the gas fees, yes, Councilwoman Sorrow, we're very mindful of that. And so any fee that's recommended for a substantial increase, we will defer those increases and implement them slowly so as not to be an undue hardship on ratepayers. Some fees we are quite happy to keep at current levels simply because we can maintain operations at those subvention levels. But where we are massively under collected, we do need to slowly roll in so to better manage the cost of our services.
Thank you. What about public works? Is it similar, or because there's a lot of things here that, like, you know, removing certain things that you in the city, like in front of businesses as well. So I'm just wondering, is that the same approach too?
It is the same approach, yes. And as far as implementing over a period of time, specifically for a couple of those items that you mentioned, the curb hinting and the other items there, we are phasing those in over a period of 3 years. So it'd be 1/3 each year over the next 3 years, which would then get us to whole in year 3 moving forward.
Thank you, because I didn't realize it was 175 per location, and then it would be increased to 325 for just to do a driveway, like painting the red, right, kind of red, what do you call them, red tips, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So the fee study takes into account all of the efforts to actually get out there and do it, including the labor and the materials. The existing fee is currently $175 for the driveway tips, and the repaint is $87. So the RCS fee study did recommend a higher fee to recover those costs, but we do understand it was a pretty significant increase, and therefore are phasing it in over that 3-year period.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Austin.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I do understand, the need, and I think we need to be smarter as a city in terms of, recuperating our costs for services. At the same time, I'm also mindful of the fact that we are not a for-profit entity, and many of the services that we provide as a city will never recuperate the costs for, and that goes along with for public works and our gas and energy and gas departments, but several other departments as well. I'm and I guess it may be lost on some, but for me, I'm concerned anytime we're talking about raising rates or fees. And the gas fee, increasing gas fees for services has me a little concerned because of where we are right now with the rates going up and increasing literally at the same time. I think to Councilmember Sorrell's point, I'm too concerned about the impacts, on our lower income residents and those seniors who are on fixed incomes, right? And who are being challenged with the rising price of natural gas, but also, now the city is looking at raising fees for various services. And so, I would ask that we be very, very move with extreme caution here and be very sensitive to those individuals who we all represent. Like I said, senior citizens, low income families who are going to be impacted by these rates and or fee increases. I also wanted to, and I raised this issue with the city manager a little earlier, but I think it's worthy for a public discussion here. Some of the services that our public works department provides are obviously their direct services to businesses and residents. But, we as city council members, we may get a complaint, or we may be responding to a constituent request, or just a notice, for example, painting curbs in a business district, right? Painting, green curbs and red curbs. These are things that we don't necessarily, they're not celebrated and talked about, but we as city council members have to be attentive to those issues, particularly in support of our businesses communities, and where it relates to safety in those areas. My question to city staff is how, if a city council office were to request those type of services, are we going to be charged to, say, a budget that we may control for such fees, or is that coming from somewhere else?
Council member, this is Eric Lopez. No, you won't be charged. We still have our regular maintenance crews that do street maintenance that will handle some of these requests. This is for either more regular service from, say, an apartment complex or another private property owner, not for our regular maintenance. So no, you will not get charged for the regular work. We'll still continue repainting curbs in our right-of-way and maintaining them. This is just an added work to recover some fees for some extra work.
Well, thank you for the clarification. That helps a lot. From time to time, as you know, Mr. Lopez, we have a request, special request, lighting in the alleys, whatever it may be. Sometimes those or even speed bumps, right? Speed cushions. Those works. Those come from our district budgets, and I just wanted to get some clarification and ensure that this wasn't where we were going. So thank you so much for that. And again, like I said, my concerns, please staff take this into account. Our rate increases or fee increases for those who are already ratepayers for gas and energy, who are lowest income. I think we need to build in some provisions to account for those type of hardships. Thank you.
Hey, Councilman Austin, thank you so much for your comments. I just really want to emphasize that of the proposed fee increases, none of them are to individual ratepayers. All of the increases are directed at construction and new development in fee increases, nothing to that an individual gas ratepayer would incur.
Well, I definitely appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you, staff, for the report. I have kind of a general question, and I hope there's a simple answer. But my question is, how did we get to this point? I just heard Tony Foster use the phrase areas where we are massively undercollected. So if we have a city cost index, I'm just wondering how we get so far behind. I assume that it might be due to regulations that you're subject to, but if there's a simple answer, I would like to hear it.
Council member, so our last fee study, citywide fee study that we had was back in 2006. So fast forward to now, it is through this citywide fee study where we are taking a very close look at our fees and charges and realigning to the cost of service. So it's been some time, and even in the interim, we do have the routine processes in place for us to review, as well as the city cost index. The city cost index is a general inflator that is applied to all departments or all applicable fees and a cost that's captured across all departments versus this more specific in-depth study per department at the service level area.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, it's the time passage that has done this. So if we 2006, that's a while back. So if we did this on a more regular, consistent basis, we probably wouldn't fall this far behind.
That is correct, Council Member. And I do want to note that following the each completion of the fee study, there is a cost of service model that will be available to departments. So as applicable and as we move forward, departments will be able to reassess their costs and then also their levels of fees and charges.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Allen.
Thank you so much. I just have a couple of questions. Thanks everyone for the presentation. With regards to temporary no parking signs, does that fee change also apply to no parking signs related to neighborhood cleanups or community events?
Councilwoman, it does not apply. So that is, yeah, it does not apply.
Okay, great, thank you. And then also, Bob, thank you for your informative presentation. I wanted to ask if your team has looked into subsidizing like home weatherization, like insulating attics or the walls as a way to incentivize gas uses reduction in older homes?
I see Bob's on the line, but I can answer that question. The short answer is yes. We do have several home efficiency programs that are available, offering rebates and in-house services to help customers be more efficient in their consumption of natural gas.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this report?
If there's any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item, please press star 9 or use the raise hand function. Our first speaker is Dave Shukla.
Good evening. It's nice to see this agenda is right after the previous item. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we
Great,
can hear
thank you. Thank you for confirming. We're talking about gas and energy, but not specifically about which utilities other than gas, not electricity, not waste services, refuse collection. It'd be nice to not only see some more specificity, but how these different institutions relate in the city. Now, specifically calling for a market study for comparisons is a very good idea. And yes, it depends on which particular services the city kind of wants. This is something I think community choice aggregations as well as LADWP, I mean, there's different models, but more integrated models are just better for, deployment. They're more effective, they're faster, more responsive. They're community owned and controlled. The city owns its own assets. It's something I'm gonna keep telling you until we're entirely corporatized. What else? Oh yeah. So one of the big things that I wanted to say on this item when I first read it last night was that I'd like to see some dark sky principles for our city lighting and city contracts with lighting. Look at Pittsburgh as a comparison. It works for safety, it works for cost, it works for the environment. There's a lot of things in the city that we could do. But again, we need to do them. So here's an immediate truth and reconciliation freebie. It's not a rate, nor is it a REIT, a real estate investment trust, not a REIT. But you could restructure Measure US to be in line with Signal Hill. That was a missed opportunity, indexing it to the consumer price index instead of the producer price index. And that would more than double the monies, especially now that we're going to have a period of ramp up in the markets, even though we shouldn't, with oil and gas. This is the year, ladies and gentlemen, science tells us we should stop oil and gas, period. So every moment that you delay is something that you're doing wrong. And it's important to say that on the record. But yeah, if we're going to keep using oil, tax it properly and let us use those monies properly. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
District 1?
Aye.
District 2?
Aye.
District 3?
Aye.
District 4?
Aye.
District 5?
Aye.
District 6?
Aye.
District 7?
Aye.
District 8?
Aye.
District 9?
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and keep moving on the agenda. Item 27, please.
Report from Public Works, recommendation to enter into an agreement with FEMA to accept grant funding in an amount of $702,823 for the City of Long Beach Pump Station Mitigation Project, Phase 1, citywide.
Can I get a motion in a second, please? Motion by Councilmember Sorrow, second by Councilmember Yarenka. Is there any public comment?
If there's any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or use the raise hand function. Dave Shukla, you have the floor.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Roll call vote.
District 1?
So
District 2?
Aye.
District 3,
Aye.
District 4,
Aye.
District 5,
Aye.
District 6,
Aye.
District 7,
Aye.
District 8.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
And District
Thank
9.
you.
Aye.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, District 9. I'm so sorry. District 9 is an aye. Received. Motion is carried.
Yeah. Aye.
Item 28.
Report from Technology and Innovation. Recommendation to execute documents with Dell for the purchase of personal computers in an amount not to exceed $2 million citywide.
There's a motion by Councilmember Sorrow. Can I get a second, please? Second by Councilmember Uringa. Any public comment?
If there's any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or use the raise hand function. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Roll call vote.
District 1,
Aye.
District 2,
Aye.
District 3,
Aye.
District 4,
Aye.
District 5,
Aye.
District 6,
Aye.
District 7,
Aye.
District 8,
Aye.
District 9.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 29, please.
Report from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt a resolution declaring an inclusive language policy and declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code relating to gender references read the first time, laid over the next regular meeting of City Council for final reading citywide.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Allen. Can I get a second, please? Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Austin. Any public comment?
If there's any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please press star 9 or use the raise hand function. Seeing none, that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. There is a motion and a second. Members, please go ahead and do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
District 1,
Aye.
District 2,
Aye.
District 3,
Aye.
District 4,
Aye.
District 5,
Aye.
District 6,
Aye.
District 7,
Aye.
District 8,
Aye.
District 9.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. And I didn't miss any items, right, Madam Clerk? I know that I had stepped out for a little bit. Did I miss any items earlier, or did we get all the items?
We have open public comment and second public comment.
Okay, so general public comment wasn't done earlier?
No, that was not completed.
Okay, let me go ahead and, is there general public comment?
If there's any members who wish to speak on general public comment, please press star 9 or use the raise hand function. Dave Shukla.
Oh my word, it's Dave again. I would have done this on the consent calendar, but didn't quite have the opportunity. I was going to draw some connections between item 10 and item 3 on the agenda. I wrote some public comments down. Maybe you can draw some inferences, but the question of what our public officials know and when they know it's kind of an important one. And it certainly matters with the one-time opportunity that this city had to convert from a council-directed, mayor-directed process for redistricting council districts to an independent redistricting commission, doing it itself for the first time under extremely adverse conditions. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Please, any other, there's no more public comments, or we're done there? And there's no second public comment, I think, right? I'm assuming, because we would have.
Correct. There is no second public comment.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and move on to adjournment, if you don't mind. And I just want to start by adjourning in the memory of Terry Rogers, and I wanted to say a few words. First, honestly, this was really hard for me, and I think for the community when I saw that Terry had passed. For those that know Terry, Terry was Miss Signal Hill. I mean, she was everywhere, all around the community, and just by nature of her work in Signal Hill, she was everywhere in Long Beach. And I think a lot of us knew her. She was a friend. She was someone that was always kind and just great ambassador for Signal Hill, for Long Beach, obviously involved in the business community. And I just was really saddened when she passed so suddenly just a couple days ago. And I was talking to friends in Signal Hill, and everyone is really devastated. I think it's important for us, us in Signal Hill we're family cities, and this is a huge, devastating loss for that community. She was a commissioner there, but also just a citywide leader, and I know she'll be greatly missed there and here. And I wanted to, just I thought he did a great job. I wanted to read just something that Mayor Keir Jones wrote when she passed. It's just a short statement about her and what she and some of her accomplishments. So I thought I'd read it into the record. I really liked it. Terry worked in the real estate industry for over 25 years and had called Signal Hill home since 2007. Keir first met Terry during their 5 years as president of the Signal Hill Chamber of Commerce. She'd been a valued member of the Signal Hill Community Board, Foundation Board since 2017, and sponsor of Concerts in the Park since 2007. She was a founding board member for the Signal Hill Police Foundation and was active with the Friends of the Library and Historical Society. Along with her volunteer efforts, Terry took it upon herself to check in on local seniors, former chamber members, and others needing help during the pandemic to make sure that she was okay. I know that this has hit a lot of the community really hard. I just want to send our love as a city and as a council to Terry's family and her friends and just the entire community of Signal Hill. And I know we will all miss her, and I personally will miss her greatly. So wanted to just say those remarks. I know if anyone else has any remarks on Terry, please feel free to do so now or take any other announcements. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yeah, I just want to thank you so much, Mayor, for adjourning in her memory. She was a friend of mine. I mean, we became friends because I worked in Signal Hill as a representative for former Senator Lara. Over time, she's become a friend of every community. I mean, she's just so supportive when in any Cambodian functions we had, in any event, she's always there. And, she always made time to even spend time with my children as well. I'm just at such a loss for words still. I can't imagine not seeing her anymore. So for me, I'm still just processing it. And so I just want to add to how much of a cheerleader she is to everybody and always just thinking about others and wanting to make sure that she helps make this world a better place. And I think she's done that for the time that she's been, I think, able to grace us with her presence. So thank you so much for doing that. And I also want to send my deep condolence to her family and her partner, Rod.
Absolutely. Any other closing remarks or comments? Seeing none, we will go ahead then and just end the council meeting here and just call adjournment. Thank you everyone very much. And again, to Terry's family, lots of love.